right, let's do this. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the TRPA Governing Board Strategic Planning Session today. We're really excited to all be here on the North Shore together. I'm Kim Carringer, Chief Partnerships Officer and Deputy Director here. I'm going to be your MC for the day. And before I get too far, I'm going to have Maria do the roll call.
Ms. Alding? Here. Mr. Rodriguez? Here. Mr. Bass?
Here.
Ms. Conrad Seda? Ms. Faustinos? Ms. Gustafson? Here. Mr. Guthrow?
Here.
Ms. Hayes? Mr. Wood?
Here.
Mr. Henningsman? Mr. Keykefer?
Here.
Ms. Lane?
Here.
Ms. Loomer?
Here.
Mr. Rice? Ms. Williamson?
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
All right, thank you so much. So I'm really excited to kick this off today. We get to do this once a year. It's such an important day for all of us to sit for a minute and reflect on the work that we're doing and start to plan for the future ahead. I'm going to do a quick run through of the plan for the day before I hand it over to Haley and Julie to give some opening remarks. But we'll start with framing from both of them, and then we will do public comment. Right after public comment, we are going to do a breakout exercise for about an hour this morning. We'll be getting into groups of 4. There'll be board members intermixed with our staff to talk about a couple of key conversations. One being a look ahead, an envisioning exercise. It's 10 years from now, it's 2036. You're looking at the headline that you are really excited to read of what was a Lake Tahoe success story that you're really stoked about. And then we're going to follow up with another exercise around how did we get there? So I'll give you more instructions as we get into that breakout, but that's going to be the theme of the morning breakout. Then we'll take a break. If you haven't checked out of your room yet, you've got a window from around 10:30 to 10:45 to hang out, check out, take a break. Then we have an hour session with our General Counsel, Graham St. Michelle, who's going to be giving an overview of the role of this board and our staff in TRPA decision making. So that'll be a group discussion and presentation. Then we'll break for lunch. If the weather cooperates, Chad Cox is going to lead us on a walking tour around the site for about 30 minutes, if it's not raining. That's the plan. We'll come back here right after lunch and do one final session around our strategic priorities and our work plan for the next year. There'll be a presentation from myself and John Hester, followed by another presentation from Angela Ashley and Chad Cox on our staffing and budget, followed by questions, discussion around the overall work plan. We'll have final public comment at the end. We will plan is to adjourn by 3 o'clock. Any questions on that overview? And I'll keep giving you directions as we go through each section. That was just the overview. So with that, I'd like to hand it to Chair Williamson to give us some opening remarks. Julie, you want to go first?
Sure. How are you doing? Good morning. Good morning. Meeting officially reconvened from yesterday. I just thought it would be really fantastic for us to quickly introduce ourselves because we have intentionally brought some key staff members. We have some new board members that maybe aren't familiar with the different functions that we have. So I'm going to take a quick second to start maybe in the back of the room with Angela. And if you would just introduce yourself and say what you do at TRPA and board members as well, we'll just go quick style. Angela, go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Angela Ashley. I'm the Director of Human Resources and Organizational Development for Tahoe Regional Planning Agency.
Nick Haven, I'm with the Transportation Department. I'm the MPO Director, been at TRPA for a long time. And yeah, do transportation stuff.
I'm Chad Cox. I lead the finance and administrative functions for the agency, and I've been here for 2 years now.
I'm Ken Caseman. I'm reporting and accountability for TRPA.
Andy.
Good morning, Dan Segan, Chief Science and Policy Officer here at TRPA. Good morning, everyone. TRPA, I'm the Transportation Planning Director. Great to see you all.
Good morning, I'm Brooke Lane, Supervisor with El Dorado County, and I'm wearing Dan Segan's name badge because I would like to be Dan for a day.
Yes. Who wouldn't?
Good morning, my name is Vincent Guthrie, I serve as the Director of the Conservation and Natural Resources.
Good morning, Cindy Gustafson, Placer County Supervisor.
Ben Keycapper, board member, appointed to Governor Joe Lombardo.
Good morning, Wendy Jepson, Meeting and Compliance Director. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Shannon Friedman. I'm the Environmental Improvement Program Manager at TRPA.
Good morning, my name is Chris Wood and I am sitting in for Alexis Hill, Washington County.
I'm John Hester, Chief Operating Officer and the other Deputy Director of the county.
I'm Cody Bass, I'm the mayor of the city of Southway Tahoe.
Good morning, I'm Graham St. Michelle, I'm TRPA's General Counsel.
Hi, Karen Finn. I'm the Long Range Planning Director at TRPA.
Good morning, I'm Rick Nutries, the Deputy Secretary of State for Southern Nevada, sitting in for Cisco Aguilar.
Good morning, Alex Loomer, I'm the California State Senate appointee.
Morning, I'm Paul Nielsen. I used to manage the current planning division. I used to manage the environmental improvement program division. I'm a special projects manager, which means I do what I'm told. No.
I'm Shelley Goldie from Parson City, and I am the official dinosaur representative.
Never.
Hi, I'm Haley Williamson. I'm the chair of the board, your Nevada member at large, and the chair of the Public Utilities Commission of Nevada.
Kim Derringer,
Kim Carringer, Chief Partnerships Officer, Deputy Director here with
Kayla.
Good morning, Kayla. I'm the executive assistant for Julie.
So you get a lot of emails from her. She's very kind if not persistent. Okay.
Good morning, I'm Maury Ambler. I'm executive assistant for TRPA.
And also very persistent with you all.
Morning, Captain Houston, TRPA paralegal.
Good morning, Tracy Campbell, executive assistant for the Environmental Improvement Program at TRPA.
Jeremy?
Good morning, my name is Jeremy Davis and I'm the facilities manager at TRPA.
Morning, I'm Jack Menzick, I'm an attorney, part of TRPA legal staff.
And we have a few guests, so go ahead. Get on it there. Yeah.
Hi, Jesse Patterson, member of the public, representing Keith Tahoe.
Yeah.
Yep, Gavin Bager, also Keith Outlook and public.
Good morning, my name is Lee Schmidt, I'm here with about concessionary permits.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thanks for doing that, because one of the key messages of today is typically our monthly meetings are action packed. We have a full agenda. We have votes to get done. We have important programs, projects, policies to consider. We get one day a year to interact with each other as actual human beings. And I really want to appreciate your time, because it's a 2-day meeting. You all have very busy day jobs. This is a volunteer board. We thank you for being here and for making that commitment to stay for 2 days and have this space and time together. I really want to thank our staff for putting this on. The entire team that you see back here, Maria and everyone, really went the extra mile to organize this facility, the rooms, to lug in all of this equipment that makes this work. And I think we all can relate to the fragility of our lives when yesterday we had one of our team members who had a medical condition. He's doing well, I'm told, or better than he was yesterday. And so I really want to thank Chad Cox for jumping in to help Craig, one of our team members, what we're doing. So anyway, let's give these guys rounds of applause, because thank you. A lot of effort to pull off a strategic planning session like this. What happened yesterday, I've been thinking a lot about, because, from one day to the next, we don't know what's going to happen, and we have to make the most of every moment and make it count. And I really love the exercises that Kim has framed up for us of, let's look forward 10 years and what do we want to collectively accomplish together for Lake Tahoe and for our communities, and be intentional about that, because it takes a lot of discipline and time to stick, to the plan, because we only have so many hours in the day, we only have so many resources, and we only have so much change we can affect. Let's do the very best to get the most outcome that we all collectively believe in. and turn our vision into reality. That's the purpose of today, and then we'll roll that into our strategic planning session, or into our budget and our work plan that you'll be voting on in June. I've been talking to a lot of board members. I like to mention this when we see you in these retreat sessions, since I've been the director for 3.5 years. Some really incredible members, even past executive directors like Jim Beatty, who was the executive director in the 90s. Cindy remembers Jim. He was the one that said the project is the fix. That's shortcut for why we want to encourage environmental redevelopment, try to revitalize our communities, pick up the old development that you see everywhere around the basin. Because what happens at that time, the project is the fix, is that we get environmental benefits on the ground. And that's critical for us because we know what happens on the land affects the lake. Our roadway systems are just big conveyor belts for sediment that come from all over the watershed. So we have to be pretty laser focused on getting that done, and we don't do that alone. We are an interstate compact. We have a very unique role in the United States. Really no other interstate compact is set up like ours. Gives us this opportunity, but we don't do it alone. We do it in partnership. Lake Tahoe is a shared resource. Whenever I've been in the community, I always like to say, when you go to kindergarten, you find out pretty quick sharing is really hard. And it's really hard to share Lake Tahoe with certainly, the native indigenous people, the Washoe, have been stewarding this land for millennia. Still their, current homeland, and they're sharing with us now with our responsibility. We have 10, 12 federal agencies, California, Nevada, 6 local jurisdictions, private sector communities. We have the science community. We have any number of nonprofit partners. Thank you for being here, and others online. So we have to share this resource, and that takes time, it takes collaboration, it's really hard work. So appreciate you taking the space to carve out some time to envision what we want this to look like in 10 years, and how we can reasonably achieve that objective. And the board members that I've been talking to, people like Billy Yates, who saw Clem Shute, who got the Dianne Feinstein Award last year at the summit, people like Brian Sandoval, who's governor of the state of Nevada, who's now president of University of Nevada, Reno, and among many other board members that have served this agency. And the one thing they all say to me is it was probably one of the most important things I've ever done in my life. It was one of the most inspiring public service opportunities I've ever had. And so I thank the board for stepping in, because it is a challenge, but will be certainly well worth it when you just look outside to see what we're all protecting. And so with that, I will welcome our board chair to kick us off into the session.
All right, thank you, Julie. Thank you for that. Good morning, everyone. Julie did such a nice job of framing us up for, there's 2 sort of things for the day, right? And Julie did a really nice job of where are we going? What are we accomplishing? Obviously, looking outside, protecting the lake. These are things, we all have big ideas. We're all excited. What I want to talk a little bit about this morning is how we get there. And what I want to say to you all is this board is really special. It's a really special board. Shelley and I were talking about this a little bit last night. We have federal, state, and local officials. We have elected, we have appointed, we have Democrats, Republicans, and nonpartisans. We have people from every walk of 2 different states at every level, and we all manage to get along respectfully. And that's really rare these days. It's really rare. I have the privilege or the bane of my existence to sit on several boards. And this one is not one of those. This is, the culture of this board is so unique to what I've seen elsewhere, both in my home state of Nevada, and they do a fantastic job, but in the country, I sit on a national board as well. And just the level of respect and kindness and humility and thoughtfulness that you all bring, and by you, I certainly mean the staff too, that you all bring to this board and to the decision-making we do together is unique. And I just want to take a minute to say thank you to all of you for that, for creating this culture where we can disagree respectfully and we can agree thoughtfully and we can dig into issues. Thank you, staff, for being the people that know this so well and having the heart to carry out this vision, and for, dealing with us who don't know as much as you, and for educating us and being patient with us. And I just hope that continues, because you don't see that every day. And I just think it's so special to take a minute and just to note that, that we did this, you did this. And I think that that's how we're going to get to where we're going, is if we keep focusing on these important, points that we've built. When I started on this board, actually, when I started at TRPA, my Zoom meeting was COVID. And I was actually like 8 months pregnant, which no one knew because it was Zoom. And I brought my daughter to the first board meeting, my infant daughter, and like immediately everyone's like, how's the baby? Welcome. You know, I mean, it just as a working mom, that's really special as well. But that's this board. And whatever we're doing in our private life, everyone asks about it and cares about it. So again, it's these human connections. So thank you for taking the time and space for us to do that today. We have hard work ahead of us, but I think that those are the points that are going to get us there. And so just, you know, let's put the most of what we can into today. This is also my last retreat as your chair or your vice chair, and Vince is going to be wonderful. And I can't wait to see where he takes us as well. But I'm so proud of what we've done. So looking forward to today to talking about where we're going, but let's all keep that focus on how we get there and just take a minute and really respect that this is a really, really special thing we built. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Julie. I think it's time for public comment to hear from our public here.
Yes, if any member of the public would like to address the board at this time, in the room, you can come to the podium to make your comment. You'll have 3 minutes. If you're joining us online, please raise your hand in Zoom by clicking the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen or by dialing *9 if you have called in. Go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm here just to maybe educate you guys a little bit about the concessionaire permit. I'm a water sports owner and operator. I own High Sierra Water Ski School. I've been operating for 49 years on Lake Tahoe. I started in May of 1978 at Sunnyside. And I'm just trying to make you aware of the situation. There is a lot of illegal operations. So the concessionaire permits are very difficult to get. And currently right now, it seems like they're centering just having a concessionaire permit at marinas that have full service gas stations and boats and storage and maintenance and all the facilities that, you know, support water sports. And I currently operate out of the Homewood High and Dry Marina, and they're very, very good, and they do everything really by the book and everything. Main reason, and obviously I was at Sunnyside for 42 years. I'm at Homewood High and Dry for 37 years. I was operating out at Tahoe City Marina for a while with 4 different locations for 7 years. And also I was out at Garwood's restaurant for a while. So I've been around the lake. I know pretty much everything from Incline Village to Meeks Bay. As a child growing up, my grandfather used to be a 3rd owner of Meeks Bay from 1948 to 1962. So I do have a very long history of Lake Tahoe in our family. And even though I'm originally from the Bay Area, we've been second homeowners here since the 40s. But anyway, to educate, I have dealing with Tiffany Good, who's the permit process. I've talked to Steve Sweet, Brandon Phillips, and Zach Davis about the issue. I've talked to them. I've given them names, phone numbers, websites. I currently know of at least 30 businesses that are illegally operating on the lake. And a bunch of my ex-employees are all starting their own ski schools, and they operate pretty much, I call them scab businesses, but it's very difficult to operate out of a marina because each marina right now, the reason I moved down to one location is all the marinas understood how big the business is. So like Sunnyside does their own rentals and ski school, and the same with Tahoe City Marina, and all the big marinas on at least the West Shore and Tahoe City, and you know, operate their own. So I'm one of the last few of the legal businesses that operate out of a legitimate marina, which is very expensive. Obviously, I have to pay high rent and insurance and all the stuff to survive under a big corporate balloon. So I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do. I just want to educate you that there are a lot of scab businesses out there. And again, I've provided names, phone numbers, websites, and nothing has happened. This is starting into the 3rd season now. So I've done this for 2 full seasons. And it obviously affects my business. So I'm trying to turn this business over to my children because of my age. And I just want them to be able to survive and continue our lifeblood here in Lake Tahoe, since I've considered myself a longtime local. And in the wintertime, I'm a ski coach, and I've been doing that for 50 years as well, coached, I think, 37 Olympians and 72 kids onto the US national ski team. I was a world champion water skier in my day, and so I'm really into the community and families and children. So I just wanted you to be aware of that and not sure how to proceed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, governing board member, TRPA staff. It was nice of the sun to come out with Chairperson Williams' comments and or for the public comments, probably here for us. My name is Jesse Patterson. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at Keep Tahoe Blue. I think this is probably close to my 13th retreat I've joined with you guys. This is an interesting seating arrangement. I think we could bring the tribunal to order. Pretty intimidating. Back me up over here. Anyway, you know, in 1957, our organization was formed because we saw the value of protecting Keep Tahoe Blue and how much it means to the community. And that's still our mission today, is to protect the lake and the community that does it. In 1969, your agency was formed to help support that. We have very similar missions. We have different ways of going about it. And part of that is our North Star. And for you guys, I believe those are your thresholds, your threshold standards. And it's not really a star, it's more of a constellation of stars that we're all looking at that cross both environmental and social components. About a decade ago, I think, right, Dan, you can correct me, we all decided together to start updating those thresholds. They're a bit out of date. We wanted to make sure that they represented today, they were measurable, and that people could understand them and join together on getting there. They are not TRPA's thresholds alone. They are actually everybody and every agency's in the basin's responsibility, including ours. And over the last 3 years, I've been encouraging us to pick up the pace on updating. It's been a decade to update 40-year-old thresholds. So at a certain point, you know, you're back in the cycle. A lot of progress has been made in the last couple of years, in large part because you have prioritized those as a board and as a staff. We appreciate that. We're excited to hear about the ones that you may be prioritizing this year. Water quality thresholds and forest health thresholds were recently updated. That's fantastic. A lot of work went into there. There's several more. I know recreation is on the docket, biodiversity, and also making sure that all the thresholds are measurable so we can understand them. And that transparency is very important to the public and to us because we need to know where we're aiming to figure out how to get there and to get there together. Another part of that we've spoken to in the past and I'll speak to again, and Ken's here today, is the accountability and reporting on how the decisions you make are helping to get to those thresholds. How everything we do collectively, and especially at this board, moves us in the right direction and how to bring people along. We're excited to see that roll out this year. I believe Beacon is the software that's going to be done. We've seen some of that, but the public facing component of that is probably, in my opinion, the most important, so people can understand and we can continue to bring people. So today I'll just wrap up saying that, again, I appreciate all the work of this board, your staff on moving these things forward. We're not where we need to be, and we do need to have a deadline to get to places. I might be projecting. I need a deadline, like the end of my public comment, to get to my point. The end of 2027 would be a great time to have all of our thresholds updated, or at least to a point where we can measure them. And I believe we're on track for that. I'd encourage you to continue to prioritize it. And even consider additional targets or thresholds as necessary for other things that you all work on every day that are important to the community that you'll hear about yesterday, today, and in future meetings. And we're along for the ride, continue to push or drive or wherever we're needed. Thank you very much.
And Madam Chair, there are no hands raised online to comment.
Thank you. We can move on then to our next agenda. Go ahead and thank you. Okay, thank you very much for being here. Okay, so I'm going to open up this next exercise and I'm going to edit it slightly from what I wrote on the piece of paper because I think Director Reagan and Chair Williams says just Haley. Haley and Julie framed it really well on what we're trying to get out of this morning exercise. It's what do we want? What do you want to see us accomplish together in the next 10 years for Lake Tahoe? And then how do we get there? I think both of you said that. So that's really what we were trying to get out of this. And I think you said it better and more simply. So how we're going to do this is we're going to break into groups of 4. We've already placed you in a arrangement that kind of serves the exercise. We have board members together. We'd like to keep 2 board members together. Try to do not more than 2. Then you should have probably 2 staff members with you. So kind of stay where you are. If you can move a little bit, you can stay where you are. One of your staff members is gonna take notes. They're gonna send them to me and Kayla at the end, so we'll get to keep this exercise. We can report back later. You all can choose who you want to report out. But for this first exercise, it's gonna be about a 15-minute discussion about what do you wanna see us accomplish together in the next 10 years? Sideboards should be in TRPA purview, like keep that. And it's a stretch goal, right? It's 10 years from now, but like accomplishable in 10 years. So just think with those light sideboards on the side of your discussion. And when you report out, we'd love like the top 2, maybe 3, but we'll aim for top 2. And we're gonna do a popcorn quick report out, like a minute each, and then we'll go into our second one, which is how did we get there? And when we're thinking about that, it's really what is the perspective that you're bringing to the board on how you would get to that 10-year stretch goal? And then how are you gonna work across the different jurisdictions and interests across this board to get there? So again, this first one, 15 minutes, groups of 4. What do you want to see us all accomplish together in the next 10 years? Break. Break.
Yeah. I'll do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
You're asking exactly answers very how we can use those to make if you can see, you know, about taking what how they want to be achieved through here. Like that, you will use what on product based on which is through the variety of and that's like fascinating. I had like that's like very fast. Yeah. Yeah, you started. And there's a was the go job said yeah, for the environment.
So I'd like to
And Latin Marie, her feet.
Well, that's.
So that's. And when I said, like, you, got, blinding, we just had to plan for a some more track work out of it. Yeah. Yeah. Right. That's why we got. And so they don't all require the same thing, and it's conflict, that much. Anyways. Great. Five-minute warning. Just start thinking about what your top ones are. Yeah.
You know, okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, Farmer. Yeah.
There's so many, and then he could, peter them out. We have to. But really only in reality about. You know, like.
Okay, 1 minute. Find out who you're reporting out.
And honestly, with all the strike that we're seeing, like, starting to get back, so I summer that was really good. I definitely know what to get back on that conversation. But that's really fun. I said, I'm not gonna really do that.
Okay, I think we're ready. Okay, so I know. Chad's on it. Okay, I think we're gonna start in the back because I know there was this group in the back said they had like a top one.
A top one?
Yeah. So you went with two? All right. We went with two. They're connected. Go ahead. So we're gonna do top one, top two-ish, 1 minute or less popcorn.
And I don't know if this is just because I'm the transportation nerd that I am, but you focus on it. Park once, achieved in 10 years. And if you're not familiar with that, what that means is it's recognizing that in Tahoe, people still need to drive with that. Even if we have the best transit, which is part two, is with that, there's always going to be somebody who needs to drive here. But when they get here, they get to put the car keys on the shelf and not go back, right? Because there is region-wide transit that gets them to all the destinations. And there's also that local train to get to those local destinations. So
Park wants achieved.
Connected transit.
Which means the second piece is that you need that local and that regional. Now, that might be a little bit stretch on the timeline, for 10 years, but, the second piece is that you need the money, right? We need funding that you can count on and not have to, hope for every other year in application for grants or other things, but like just being that source of funding for transit. And what we talked about, we've got Reno, perspective as well as like a bigger, larger placer, like a Placerville contingent. So the idea was that we could be looking for funding from our partners region-wide who also rely on our, Tahoe as a destination.
Great. We'll talk more on how we get there on the next one. That's perfect. That was a perfect intro.
Oh, you're right.
You're already ahead of the game. That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cheaper.
Yeah. But yeah, park ones and connected transit, those are great. How about over here?
Yeah, so I'm the messenger, don't shoot me.
Okay.
But we came up with transit, question undoubtedly, around the lake and then coming into the lake basin. I didn't even think about coming over from Placerville, that's crazy, but anyway. Parson and Reno should share, I mean, we're part of the same county, so. Anyway, I'm ripping off too far. The other one is destination stewardship. And it was phrased in part as just crowd control. It's becoming a verbalized complaint in Tahoe at least. So anyway, and that's it for us.
Okay, great.
We have more if anybody needs one.
But we got another vote for transit. We got another vote for transit, so that's, we were getting some alignment there, and then, yeah, adding destination stewardship.
I imagine 10 years from now, there aren't antiquated systems that don't talk to each other when you're trying to do permitting. Imagine AI can come in and like pull this stuff together, make it easier for applicants to put projects through more quickly. So we would basically get cycle time down significantly, which would enable projects to happen more quickly. And as Julie said, the projects are the solution, which would then ultimately help us to maintain like clarity, no AIS. The other thing we need to do is we need folks to support those projects. And in order to do that, we gotta have employees that have a place that they can live. So the other focus that we talked a lot about was housing. How do we make that happen? We talked about other ideas, we'll get to how later, but those are the two big visions of like leveraging technology to have better cycle and then housing.
Technology, like our internal systems,
Yeah, maybe across jurisdictions, like we're talking
or
like
like
there's,
integrated systems. Okay.
there's different permitting with different, with the counties, with us, so how do they interact and how can we bring cycle time down?
Shortening the
Yeah,
streamline.
Let me guess, it's like the voting systems from the counties talk to the state, right?
Right?
but remember,
Okay.
the key though is, I mean, we're doing this because of the lake, right? It's that's the main like foundation is clarity. And that also with keeping out species that we don't want in the lake. Yeah.
Great.
I mean, just underscoring housing being affordable and workforce housing at least.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, totally.
Achieving our workforce and affordable housing goals in 10 years.
And maybe going beyond.
And beyond. Okay, good, nice. Infinity on the end. How about this here back here?
Ah, I get to report out.
Okay.
And make me. He assigned it to me. Delegated. So we agree, we didn't get to part one, but we talked about parking reservations. That if it became a culture everywhere else we go, we know high demand areas, you need to make a reservation now. And doesn't have to cost, we didn't get into funding, we just said coordination between the agencies, better planning for that so people can recreate here. And do it without driving around confused and parking in all kinds of crazy places. So similar, Michelle. And obviously that would go into transit as well. And technology's evolved so much, we can do it, but getting all the agencies to work together to do that.
Consistency between TRPA and state and local agencies. We were talking a bit about the inconsistency on buoys or moorings between Nevada state lands and Tahoe, but that goes to many areas where we have differing degrees of how we interpret things at a county level versus TRPA level or a state level. Finding more consistency, yes, on permitting and streamlining permitting and getting the technology together there. And then finally, let's see the Secchi disc get deeper and more clear, that lake that we're trying to protect, and what can we do to stabilize and improve that and address those issues. So.
Those are great. Thank you so much. I think this is the last group. Wonderful.
So Haley started out by saying, hey, in 10 years, wouldn't it be great to drive up here and not see 1,000 cars on the road in Emerald Bay and along the beach shore? And so parking was mentioned, so parking, understanding parking, and of course, it's, partner transportation, right? Whether it be shuttles or other sources of transportation, that's critical. And of course, as Shelley mentioned, understanding funding streams, sustainable funding is critical to making those things happen over the long term. And then we spoke about the TMDL. In 10 years, we think it would be important to understand where we are with the TMDL. It's a 65-year program. We're 15 years into it now, and another 10 years, that'd be 25 years into a 65-year program. And we can't wait 65 years to understand if our water quality program is working, especially with climate change being factored in. So understanding where we're at, where we need to go.
That's great. I hear some themes.
What's the other one? Oh, that's the solution. Oh, that's the solution. Oh,
I'm sure we'll go there next. One more time, yeah. Okay.
Can I?
Go ahead.
A quick question. So we were short circuiting, but can I add just Kim a quick, like, if there's something that we missed, are you gonna perhaps give an opportunity for that?
Sorry, I was talking at the same time. Do you, say it again?
I would just say, if today we didn't have clouds and it wasn't raining or snowing, and the wind was blowing, like fire would have come up, and so I just didn't wanna leave that, but like if that was on anyone else's list. I would submit that in 10 years, we wouldn't wanna have a catastrophic wildfire in the basin, so anyhow, that was a friendly audible if I could.
Thank you. That's a big one.
Yeah.
And we are gonna talk about that later on the work plan and strategic priority, so it's good that you raised it now. Ken was just saying they had a conversation here in this group.
Good.
So I would love to hear from you too.
Yeah, and a lot of the similar themes, but I wanted to, a couple of things that we talked about is sort of assuming with our priorities to update our thresholds, if we sort of take that stance that's done, that connection of the through line between the regional plan, the thresholds, and what we're monitoring and evaluating throughout our systems and processes. That we're sort of shifting away from this focus on growth or focus on the, development caps and really moving more towards threshold attainment, more towards the, that focus. I think it's and similar to some of the other discussions and what Cindy was talking about, the sort of looking beyond the basin and looking at, whether it's fires, whether it's transportation issues, whether it's traffic, those aren't central to the basin. We have impacts that come from outside. And so how we're navigating those sort of areas outside the region and those impacts is, I think, a great goal. I don't know how
No, thank you. That's great. I think we have a lot of alignment here with all the threshold categories that came as a through line through many of these conversations. Definitely transportation, parking, transit. A few different people mentioned water quality, whether it be the Secchi disc or water invasive species. We're going to talk about that later as well. housing, we have a whole strategic initiative on housing. Technology it's interesting that came up in a few different ones as far as making more consistency among agencies and just integrating systems. And then just overall, I think people management and in Tahoe. So for this next exercise, think about.
Can I add one comment?
Sure.
Along the lines of alignment,
Mhm.
we talked water quality first and the second is first, and then we said, that's broad, let's get down to transportation and other things. So I bet that's underlying a lot of these is, we just got the different levels, but it's, the water quality seemed to be a more common theme than got mentioned.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Anyone else see any alignment they wanna?
Well, I think also, as Julie mentioned, the fire and how we deal with reforestation and healthy forest and, really looking at the best ways that we can manage our forest and becoming better partners with the public agencies to manage our lands in the best way possible.
Alex and Shelley?
Oh, yeah, maybe just building on that, I think really trying to bring back traditional ecological knowledge from the Washoe and like beneficial fire, supporting policies that help get more of that on the ground and really empower them to, help lead.
I just think it's interesting, with all the advances in technology, we're still talking about a dinner plate to determine the clarity of the fire. And that's okay, it's kind of retro, I like it. It's easy to see and digest, and so I just wanted to make that observation.
They replaced there's two. They not the only one. They do, yeah.
I just want to say, coming from our dinosaur, that kind of,
Shelley's father, Angela Secchi, is rolling with great. Technology, water quality, it's all in here. So on this next exercise, we'll take about 10 to 15 minutes. And think about one of your key goals that you brought up, one or two, and really think about, for our board members, what would it take from your seat and your role to really make progress? And then where do you see the challenges as far as the humps you have to get over to reach across other jurisdictions and other board members? Like, what would that look like? And try to get, specific of like, what will it really take in the next 10 years? And how does this board, what is the board's role and how do you work together to do it? So if you can have that conversation, we'll do the same thing of a before and after. I'll keep time, same format. Take it away. Take it away.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just like turn around and
So. We did this 1 year and the traits, is there any reason kind of environment?
We actually have in there this time. Yeah. And I want to do that. Never got outside.
Yeah, I think it's a relative. We already have that. I was here that way, practicing like 3%. I worked there. At the port. It's okay today. I think that reality.
That's the
Yeah, there's that this relation. It almost does. Yeah, it almost kind of.
There's like.
Funding for additional for all of them.
Yeah, it's like, and it's not about how we better success. Well, that's tangible, your point, Chad, like, if you like. We are speaking on hundreds of thousands.
I was gonna say mine.
You know. Can you just talk to that? Big profit. Right, he shows up.
Hear me out. Where, what I'm good at, I'm like, see, I'm presenting. You give a little bit. Really, We'll mention that.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Now they're
Oh, yeah. We're trying to.
That's fine. Right. So it's absolutely.
Yeah. I was end up driving on the team. We did that. Goal challenge.
You know, we have planners. Everyone drives. Okay, one more minute. Time will wrap up. So, I'm thinking about like. So it's through that or jurisdictional. Funds and then. Not like. For us.
Oh my God, it's side out.
You also play with me. Nice work. All right, everybody.
Okay, I overheard some really good conversation out there. Who would like to start on what your perspective of your seat on the board, how you work across board members and the representation across the different jurisdictions, and kind of what are the challenges you have to overcome together? That's kind of the framing. My advanced group, do you want to start?
Oh. I'll talk, I don't want to stand up.
Stand up, otherwise you won't sit.
I guess I'll put it in the context of our sort of idea or solution or line or whatever we want to see. One of the things around the transit discussion that we were having was that we needed like a more regional approach to transit. It came out of a conversation about the Reno, you don't really have direct transit to get here. And in that sense, we thought that maybe TRPA would be a good focal point for convening the jurisdictions around that, like the higher level, like the electeds in those communities.
Can I build up?
Yeah, please, no.
He's fun, he's gonna be fun to help. I would just add that I think it's super important that as we look at transit and solutions, and especially stable funding, that we think about it from a regional perspective. So the first thing we have to do is go outside of our own borders, like, for example, El Dorado County, and establish relationships with the other electeds in city of Carson City, city of Placerville. I mean, do it all the way around, establish those personal relationships. And once you've established those, convene everyone together at the table, a little bit like we did with Emerald Bay, and basically just say, is there a problem? And what do we agree is the problem? And if we all agree on the problem, what is the solution? And let the group decide what the solution is. A lot of times we come in with the vision of how to fix it, and we just want to hammer that home. And like Cindy Gustafson said yesterday when we were up here, how different, like opposite North Shore is from South Shore. But if you're coming with a North Shore solution and you won't consider how the South Shore feels about it, you're not going to get to that regional buy-in. So it's really important to establish relationships, convene the meeting, and we do think TRPA should take a bigger role in that. Conversation was, we feel TRPA does a lot of the really good work on what a problem is, going up and doing counts and making us a chart on here's all the things that you could choose from that would benefit this problem, but you never hand the baton off. You kind of just do the study, leave it on a shelf, hope someone else picks it up. We think TRPA could do a better job of passing the baton.
Yeah, we called that direct engagement towards a collaborative solution. That was our nomenclature.
Direct engagement towards collaborative solution. Kayla's taking amazing notes too, so I know all of you are like writing notes. Kayla's taking those notes. So I want to make sure we write that down. That's great.
Does anyone else have to go? Or are we good now?
Is it 10?
But really, that was really well done on like, really, how are we going to do it? And how are we gonna work together to do it? So that was a really good model for the rest of the groups.
Yeah, good luck, everyone.
Yeah.
Jackson recording.
Yeah, no, that's why she's here, they should. Cause I think what we discussed is really similar to
Great.
what, Brooke just said, you know, we specifically focused on transportation. I mean, there's transportation, like many issues, we have a significant say in it, but we don't have the whole say. A lot depends on what happens and, with other agencies or, you know, each state's legislatures. And Shelley specifically has an idea for a basin saving. Lake saving,
Basin.
basin entry fee.
But it's called Shelley's.
Oh, we need to make a standing face up there.
Basin for being fallen.
Yeah, so, you know, and I think it's just, it's one example among many of something that would really require coordination across state lines. And, you know, it would require legally threading the needle, with different, constitutional or legal requirements across the two states. And, you know, ultimately it's in the hands of the legislatures, but, you know, so what is the role of the board? And we think the role of the board is to identify the problem, kind of find the appropriate channels to address the problem and, you know, emphasize the problem to the relevant authorities. Like one example is the Nevada Oversight Committee. And just, you know, keep pursuing it, kind of be a voice for the whole basin to each respective states and push for the solutions that we think are effective.
Can I add on to that? Sure. I was just reminiscing about a conversation we had when we had our retreat at Cedar Cove many years ago, probably 15 years ago. And this was the very issue we were talking about, a basin user fee that would generate a consistent source of revenue to help us with our transportation and water quality objectives. And here we are, 2026, 15 years later, and we're still talking about it. You know, agreeing, I think for the most part, that it would be a sensible solution to our problem for, you know, as a funding mechanism for a lot of our EIP projects as they relate to transportation. The funds would have to be related to transportation if we're going to put a toll road on each of the points of entry to the Tahoe Basin. But you've got to start somewhere, and talking about it doesn't get things accomplished. And I just think it's time to hammer it home to both of our legislatures that this is an important project. We need to get it done. Let's stop talking about it and find the moral fortitude to accomplish what we need to accomplish. So
Thank you for that. I do see alignment as far as like, you've got these really, really challenging issues, and with our role, you have to navigate, thread the needle, I think you said, that it's about identifying problems, convening the right people, and trying to take it a step further on the action.
that's why it really dovetails into what Brooke was saying.
Yeah, 100%. You wanna go behind this group or this group?
Yeah, because ours is very similar.
Oh,
Great. Talked about, we kind of focused on this, you know, destination management, and that is really linked to parking and traffic and transportation in general. And TRPA's board role, it really is like the centralized organization that can lead the effort and sort of be a convener. Specifically, board members can be the convener in their district and be a champion in their district to get support, whether it's from the community or, you know, legislation. And maybe they can be a working group that can really focus on what are the problems in the different areas and what are region-wide solutions. And there's like empty parking lots in the summer at school districts and ski resorts that maybe can serve as multi-purpose, like park and rides, where people can park once and then we have transit. So maybe it's a working group like we've done with housing or other big issues where people really tackle it and we put some strict deadlines on it so we can achieve this in this 10-year goal. And then one idea that was great is maybe this like lake-wide dashboard at using technology so people can see where there's transit, where there's parking, and you make a reservation. So they have a plan when they come, so they're not driving around aimlessly. And part of that working group can also lay out some funding scenarios, so we know here's the plan of how we can get to it and how it can be funded. And that was some of the roles that we thought the board could really do to advance that goal.
Excellent, great report out. Thank you. Chad?
All right, so we zeroed in on affordable housing, so we got a little bit deeper there. So thinking about actions we could take, the board could take, and obviously with support from the staff. One of the areas is around policy, right? The board has the ability to change and help change policy, whether that's through our code of ordinances or rules of procedures and stuff. So one of the things that we talked about a little bit was we had a great presentation on all the different commercial versus development rights. So is there a way to maybe put some type of language around that so the commercial could only go to affordable or something like that? So there's things we could do from a policy perspective to help drive affordable housing. The other thing we did talk about as well is each of the members of the board has a great direct line in certain areas within the states or within the county. So leveraging those relationships as we decide to potentially change policy, that would be an important, conversation to raise up. And then the third thing we talked about was the thresholds in general. When you think about affordable housing, kind of cuts across the threshold. So is that enough to drive this initiative, or do we want to think about maybe there's a way to capture a threshold just for this? Maybe not, but just some ideas that we could contemplate as a board to make progress.
Fantastic. Good.
All right, so we talked a lot about kind of what we can do in the immediate, and we talked about the short-term transit, or transportation plan, and the things that we can accomplish now that will work towards the solutions for the bigger projects that are in our long-range plan of 25 years. And I think for us, one of the biggest things is that we have to have reliable, connected transit when you get here, or you're not going to come here without a vehicle. And I think when we look at our long-range plan, we want to have the modes that people will get here without a vehicle. And so we look at those projects and see what needs to happen. To see those happen, we need to have things in the short range plan, the feasibility. We talked about electric aircraft coming into Tahoe Valley, the South Lake Airport. And in our short range plan, we need to be planning for that electrification at the airport. And we need to have that in our RTP so we can take that to the FAA and say, look, we're planning on this because we know in 10 years, electric aircraft is going to be connecting Reno to TVL and SF, Sacramento Airport to TVL. But if we don't start planning on that now, we can't have that long range plan. We can't have that project in a long range plan if we don't have the feasibility in our short range plan, along with building the transit system, creating the funding. Those are the short range, immediate things that need to happen to support the long range projects. And we talked a little bit about the capacity and how do we find kind of the maximum daily load. What is that right number? And is there a way to change, mode shift of behavior? How do you incentivize people to come here when there's too many people in the basin? And technology around that.
Another technology
Dashboard
and
idea.
transportation themes. It's great. Yeah. Ted?
Yeah, so a lot of similar discussions and sort of building on what Brooke and Shelley were saying. We talked a lot about, the agency's been very good at times in setting processes or setting targets, but really project specific, and there may be, we need to evolve so that we're doing both instead of just taking maybe those narrow views. And we've sort of talked similar to some of the other groups about sort of the self-help opportunities for revenue generation. Talked a lot about non-motorized EIS and really, AIS. And ensuring that we're investing as much in those programs as we have on the side, especially given the dispersed nature of those programs. And we talked about using the data and analysis that we have to really look at those projects that are successful and that are producing the types of environmental benefits that we want to see. And then doing sort of a root cause analysis of how are we doing that and how can we expand that to other areas and really go after those opportunities to really make a difference in terms of threshold attainment, using those examples.
Good. Did I miss anybody?
You know, but Kim, and I do want to also sort of dovetail us between this session and next, whenever.
That's perfect. Oh, well, go ahead, John, Mr. First.
We talked a lot about funding, for transit, which is another thing we're aligned along around the whole room, I think. And one of the points that I tried to make is there's an interim committee on rail transit that's looking at funding. One of the things that I've tried to do, get Skip Daly to push, is that you can, because right now in Nevada, you can collect taxes, city, county, or state. Could we get legislation that allows us to levy a tax in parts of multiple counties? So we could collect the tax in the Nevada side of the basin. That may or may not make it through our report we're sending to the infrastructure committee on bills, may not, but it's those kind of things. I think working like the deal I'm working on, or the deal with working with our interim committee. You look at it right now, it's not gonna solve a problem today, but if we could strategically position the Nevada legislature to give us enabling legislation, that's gonna open up a lot more. It's kind of to Brooks' ideas, like just give us something that doesn't hurt you, that maybe you could use later. And then we can position ourselves maybe a couple sessions from now, or a couple elections from now, to go to the voters on the east side of the basin, do the same thing on the west side and go, hey, would you guys support this? Because I think you're gonna get, honestly, living in Washoe County and Reno, I think you're gonna, and I can think Clark County is even more of this, you're gonna get a lot of support from in-basin people for in-basin improvements. You go to Reno and say, hey, we want some money for Tahoe, and they're gonna go, we don't even have our systems working the way we want. It's gonna be really, really hard to get somebody else to pay for something up here, and they don't think they have enough down there. So I think we need to think about strategically positioning funding tools, just like Cody was talking about, strategically positioning planning studies, so we're ready. So.
That's great. Yeah, thinking ahead on the strategy. We're getting close to the end of this time, so I keep us on time, and I think Haley, you're thinking the same thing as me, is how does this inform the next discussion that we're gonna have?
Yeah, and I just
Go ahead.
some thoughts here. Well, I just wanted to first say thanks again. Last retreat, I asked this board to kind of take a leap of faith with me and put a lot of this work into committees and shorten up board meetings. Thank you, staff, but shorten up presentations. You guys cleaned up the packets, you made it easier to access, we changed public comment, we did a lot of this work together. And I think one thing, and Graham's gonna touch on this, sort of these big hows, the procedure of that is, thank you for taking that leap with me. Did it work? From my perspective, what we did at the last retreat is we took sort of 4 huge buckets. These are our priorities. These are a constellation of North Stars, which is so well said. They're tied to thresholds. This is where we're heading. We're doing a lot of this work in committee. We're taking it off the board level and we're putting really the meat in committees. And then we're trusting those committees to report back to the board with sort of tightened up presentations. I know it was a lot more work behind the scenes for staff. And then at the board level, we're asking super, super pointed questions on these, trusting that our committees did sort of the spaghetti at the wall, right? They looked at it all and they brought us solutions. I think that worked, but I think it's up to this board to decide if that worked. And I think some of what Graham is going to talk about in the next session is what our roles are specifically as board members and then as committee members. And if that's sort of like ground level committee work back to board and shortening that up, it felt good to me, but that doesn't mean much if it didn't feel good to you. And same, right, to have the board really tightened up on this is the issue. If you have another issue, please bring it to staff to bring the committee to bring back up. So just to think about, that was my thought between this session and next session of where do we see ourselves in 10 years, but then the literal month-to-month work of how we get there, and how you guys feel, because we did shift a little bit from last year, so.
Yeah, I'll just build on that and say, a lot of the thought behind this exercise and next and the connection in tandem with exactly that was like, let's get thinking in the morning big and talking to each other about like, where are we? Are we on track on like on the big goals that we are looking at for the next 10 years? And then really what's our role in doing it? So we're gonna talk at that next session with Graham, like this board wears a lot of hats, and how do you navigate those different roles? And then that leads again back to our priorities at the end, to our strategic priorities. So it all kind of folds together. I think I'm very happy you brought up all those procedural changes that we made last year, because that was to get work done more efficiently. And I think everyone's interested in doing that. So let's reflect on that in the next session as well. Anything else before we break?
Great work, everybody.
If you haven't checked out your room, you have time. We're gonna do 15 minutes. If we meet back here at 10:45, that'd be perfect.
All right, thank you.
All right, everyone, thank you for getting here right on time, on schedule. So I'm gonna hand it over to Graham to take it away for this next session.
All right, good morning, everybody. Yeah, I'm Graham, Save Shell General Counsel here for TRPA. Very honored and appreciative channeling Haley of just the opportunity to engage with this agency, with staff and the board. This presentation is really about good governance here at TRPA, and kind of what we're doing in the beginning. Can I mind if I shut it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When we were talking this morning about kind of the big picture and all that, you know, envisioning where we are going in 10 years and all that, it kind of dovetailed right into this presentation, because that's the picture on the left there, that hat of thinking broadly about where we're going. And then this is definitely the more granular procedure, day-to-day work that TRPA does as a staff, and then how we interact with the governing board at our meetings every month. And as Haley said, you know, we did make changes last year after last year's retreat, and some of that was all meant, again, for good governance and efficient governance. And this is kind of along the same lines of that, we're not going to get so much into committees and that piece, but it'll focus a little bit more on appeals and how those fit within our framework. And you know, it's really meant to be, let me move forward, it's meant to be an interactive discussion. We're going to start with just TRPA's decision-making framework and the different roles that the board plays. And then we'll pause for group discussion. And then we'll focus more on these appeals. We do see more of those. It's as you all know, if you've seen those, it's a process at our board meetings that take time. And you know, want to talk and kind of ground what the value of those appeals are and how we make those efficient and effective. And then we'll pause for more group discussion. And yeah, it's really just our goal today is really to help frame the distinction between your different roles and to leave room for the board to discuss about, in particular, what appeals should accomplish, what should they not become, and what the board needs from staff and legal to feel prepared to make clear, consistent, and defensible decisions. And so why does all of this matter? And appeals are a very important part of TRPA's governance structure. And one of the key points I want to get across is that they involve a different board posture or lens than what we were doing this morning, than the policymaking or original project review. And we'll talk about what the original project review is. But really, that's what you want to be thinking about. Is like you're wearing a different hat for what you're doing. You wore a very different hat this morning than what you need to do when you're dealing with an appeal. And then this is important because appeals, how they are handled affects the consistency of our decision making, expectations for the public. It sends messages to the public. It affects staff workload and morale, and just overall legal defensibility of agencies' decision making. I think it's important to stop and reflect on these issues. So this is a slide, probably kind of simplified TRPA Civics 101. My cartoon version of this, and I used AI to make all the images in this. So I thought that
Full
was fun.
disclosure.
So yeah, full disclosure. But we are really a unique legal entity with a complex decision-making system, and this is a simplified version. So you have the board setting the regional framework. Yeah, Julie looks good there.
Right at the lake on the shore. Yeah, sharp suit.
And, yeah, so the board is really setting policy. It does review larger projects, which is what I call the original project review role. And then appeals come to the board. And the executive director and staff are really the lifeblood of the agency on a day-to-day basis. They administer and implement the code that the board sets, the policies that the board sets, and enforces that code as well. And then I did add a little hearings officer, because just for those of us who, or those of you who are still orienting with TRPA, and we'll get to this later, but the code reserves a certain small subset of projects for the governing board to review in the first instance, but then delegates everything else to the staff to make those permitting decisions. But there's also a subset of projects that go through a hearings officer, and so the staff won't issue the permit until those particular projects are heard at a public meeting with the hearings officer. So it's just but it's also a staff level delegation there. And there's a legal counsel that advises all layers of the agency. I stopped wearing glasses, but see that. And we engage in both offensive and defensive litigation. That's really important too. The man who was in here commenting this morning, one of our cases that eats up a lot of resources is pursuing these unpermitted concessionaires. We also get sued, like I mentioned yesterday. So that's part of the legal team's role. And then that's the simplified TRPA, and then you have all of these other unique, because of our bi-state entity nature, we have state and federal governments that also bear in on how the agency is operating with budgeting and just setting, we always have to be aware of rules and laws coming out of the state and federal government. Also, they agree, California and Nevada agreed to keep in this contract that is TRPA. So that's one, and then we have the applicants. Those are all the folks who live and work in the basin and want projects. They're investing in the basin and want projects approved. They include consultants and their lawyers. We have the public and interested parties, nonprofits like Keep Tahoe Blue and others, of course, that all have a voice in our system. And then partner agencies. The basin is a regulatory or agency ecosystem that's very complex. A lot of different agencies with 2 states, and that would include local agencies, state agencies. And then you also have the judicial system, of course, that at the end of the day has also a lens of reviewing TRPA's decisions. And I'd be remiss to not mention the tribe. Washoe tribe probably fits somewhere. They're a separate sovereignty, and we work with them as an important voice as well. All right, so one of the main points I want to frame today is that the board wears different hats. And sometimes the board is going to be acting as the policymaker, that broad visioning, adapting or amending the regional plan or code, the rules, the thresholds, which is our primary charge, and setting that broader policy direction. And so when you're wearing that hat, you're really asking what should the rule be? What should our policy be? And you're thinking more big picture, more in the abstract. And then, like I said, there are some projects that the code, and by projects, I mean, these are like permits. The Homewood project, or the Barton Hospital, projects that are large, and especially any project that needs an environmental impact statement, those automatically come to the board pursuant to the code. And so in those instances, you're really hearing the staff has done a lot of their preparation, but it's the board hearing that decision in the first instance, because you've left that for the board to consider. And these are projects that, again, they're larger, so it could have regional significance. You're asking, can required findings be made? Should this project be approved? And you often, you're still focusing on a record, so that's why it's a big binder with a lot of tabs there, and you're seeing all of that information. And you have some greater discretion, I think, to weigh larger impacts and implications of these projects. And then a third situation is when the board is acting in an appeal reviewer and you are reviewing the delegated decision making that the decision making that you've delegated to staff. And so these are decisions that, again, staff has already made. It may feel similar, like when staff is taking a project, an original project, like the future hospital or something like that. There's a lot of material presented to you. But it's a different posture when you're reviewing an appeal, because you may not be seeing all of that history. You may not be seeing all of that. And these are definitely more narrow lens. You're looking at the record and asking, does the record support the staff's decision in this instance? Let me pause here for a second. So yeah, so I just want to say, each role is different, requires a different mindset or lens for that job. And when you're making policy, you ask, is this a good policy? Is this the right choice to accomplish our thresholds? Again, it's more abstract. And that's kind of a legislative function, where the other two and below are more adjudicated function, where you're applying your policies to specific facts that before you. And instead of asking, is this the right policy? Do we have the right policy? I think the question you should be asking is, how does the policy control the decision before me? How does the policy control what I have to do now, which is either approve or deny this project, or approve or deny an appeal? It doesn't mean that you can't go back and ask in a different time in the future, should the policy be changed. But it's a separate and distinct, right? You've already adopted the policy by asking in the past, what should this be? Whether it was you or previous board members. And then, when you see the appeal, you're just applying that policy to the facts. And if you want to change that in the future, I think you keep that separate. And there's a separate, you can ask staff to agendize reconsideration of the rules or the code, because you don't like the way it's working. So that's, again, my suggestion, but I think that makes for just good and consistent governance here. Oops. Okay, so at this point, we're gonna just pause for some discussion. We can talk, I'm gonna put up 3 questions. And the idea was for just to get a little discussion going, board members to, we're not gonna answer each 3 questions, but if you see one that you're inclined to weigh in on, if you don't like any of these questions and you want to talk your own thoughts on this, let's do it. And so this is the first question. As a board member, how do you manage shifting from that broad policy making role to a more constrained project specific or appeal reviewer role? And what's that like to navigate? Question 2, when an appeal comes before the board, what do you understand your role to be? And how is it different from your role when adopting policy or reviewing a larger scale project directly? And then finally, when should the board be asking, again, what should the policy be versus what does the current policy require in this case? So we'll pause there, and I think we'd all like to hear board member thoughts on any of these questions or any other topics related to this that you'd like to voice your perspective. Jen.
Well, in connection with the Moody appeal, it was kind of an unusual set of circumstances because Tiffany had left the agency. And so I didn't have direct communications with her about the interaction between the appellant and her as member of staff. And it would be helpful, not that we're anticipating that we're going to lose, hopefully, all of our staff members will continue to be employed by the agency because their institutional knowledge is incredibly important. But, maybe an anticipation of that would be good to have a statement by when there is an appeal statement, written statement by the staff member who had been handling the application, you know, to go into some detail about the reason for their decision and recommendation for denial. I just think having that in the record would be very useful in case, God forbid, you know, they fall off the road, they get injured, they take another job, they have a family emergency, they can't be present and accessible to the board.
Thanks, yeah, and there will be a second slide about appeals, a little more specifically, but I think that's really a good input. I mean, it's one of the things that I've thought about since I got here. The legal team really has a front and center role in those appeals. And I think that it would be beneficial. That's my thought too, is to hear a little more from staff of like why, you know, not necessarily the lawyer speaking for them, but in their own words. And I think we do try to do that. Usually they're up there presenting, but I appreciate the feedback for things like that that can make, you know, that can help the board feel more confident in the decision we're asking you to make. Ben.
Yeah, look, when we get an appeal, I enter it with an assumption that staff has made a fair ruling based on the code and the processes that we use. And I read the staff report, and that's the point at which I then go and try to read the sort of appeal documentation to see what arguments are being made. And then I go back to the code itself to try to make sure I understand exactly how all the pieces apply. And you know, for most of the time, I think, you know, when I look at the code, I tend to agree with staff, and but I also look for whether there are other ways to potentially read this that would justify having granted it versus not, and then whether that was a judgment call, right? And so I think it gets back to a fact pattern rather than a policy level. And because I think the policy level is something that sort of should happen outside of the appeal process, right?
Yeah,
that's not what it's for, right? But whether there was interpretation that could be looked at a different way, that's sort of how I approach it.
Good, Haley.
Just to build off that, because I totally agree. And what I think I was perhaps inarticulately trying to bring in committee work is if there's something we don't like about the code from an appeal, that goes back to committee, right? That's the place to put it, as opposed to, I wish we could change this code here and now. We can't, but here's what we can do.
Absolutely, yeah, and this will be a point that I'm probably planning to hit home in the coming slides here. But yeah, that's exactly right. That's the main theme here of this. And I agree that probably isn't always easy. And it probably just that's that discipline, or like, you know, wearing the right hat or the right lens. But that's sort of the process. I guess a question maybe to tease this out. Does it feel differently for you all when you're like even more nuanced when you're reviewing a denial of a permit versus like an appeal where it's a neighbor who's upset that their neighbor has something? Does that feel any different? Should it feel different? Like those are the types of questions. Or are you able to just kind of cut that out and be asking yourself, well, what is the code? Or is it hard to sort of not bring in all these other arguments about you know, we hear like reliance or fairness or all these other types of things.
I don't necessarily think it makes a difference where it comes from. I sort of see it the same. And I think most of them are fairly black and white. And if the appeal is because someone's unhappy with the loss, and they're exercising all of their sort of administrative processes that are necessary to potentially maintain their ability to seek judicial review, right? Yes, it's like I think it's important to recognize that's a part of this process, right? People have to go through this before they sue.
Exactly.
So a lot of times people expect to be denied, but the sort of the source of it is sort of irrelevant.
Okay.
Well, I do think it has to be, things have to be a little bit fungible. Case in point, the Rockford Pier amendments that we made to our code. which help to advance our environmental objectives. And I think we have to be nimble enough to recognize when our code is deficient or maybe a little antiquated and based on new scientific evidence, and be willing to look at amendments that will help us to further our objectives.
I was sort of go right ahead.
No, I was just gonna jump in as well. As I oversee compliance and we work with the Attorney General's office closely with a lot of our statute as well, but we're always looking from a modernization perspective as well. As cases come up, we look whether or not the statute is in alignment with our priorities moving forward, but also do antiquated wordings need to be adjusted as well to put us in a better position to fight a case, or maybe allows for permitting to be easier. That we also want the permitting to be more easier for the people that are going before us as well. So keeping a parking lot with some of the cases that come before us and some of the statute that we want to revise as we look towards session is something that we're constantly doing. It's just our modernization of so many antiquated legal positions that we have. So in line with what everybody else was saying, just kind of keeping that document open for conversation.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like that's kind of the same message as, I like that, keeping the parking lot of these things, like, okay, we know, and we'll talk about this, I call it like in here, a friction point or something. These appeals help the board to see these issues. Where maybe it's not, I don't like the way that this transpired when we actually had to apply something that was developed in abstract to a specific set, and maybe it's not working the way we want it to. And so, yeah, you park to that, you come back. I think that's how it's supposed to work. Cody, do you?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, when I look at an appeal, I really try to come at it without any type of judgment of where it's come from, to really have, in reviewing an appeal, to not even listen to the appellants. I really try to just give it a very narrow lens to what I'm being presented. And then hear the actual, hear the appeal and make the decision there, and try not to go into it with a decision made, because I've been influenced. I think that's one of the most key parts. But I wanted to bring up kind of almost a different role, which I couldn't agree more that those are our roles. And I think of it almost, those are our roles when we're acting as the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, but I also see us as the Tahoe Regional Protection Agency. And it's a role that adds a role as board members that I think we have to be, the eyes and the ears of Tahoe, and bring it into the board when we have issues that require protection and require urgency for our board to act and give direction. And that takes us, paying attention to the environment, to our constituents, paying attention to the will of the people. But I think that's a different, somewhat, again, it's part of what we do, which is we have a broad responsibility to protect this place, and planning is the long term and how it really happens for the future. But there's urgency issues that we have to act on as a board, to direct staff to make those things happen. And they may not be in policy. That's why there's urgency to work on policy, but we have to sometimes make urgency enforcement. And I just think we can't forget that about the role that we have.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure. Yeah, I'm trying to think if I have a thought in response to that. I mean, are you, and not to dwell too much on this, but are you kind of making a push of, well, there might be times where we actually we can't come back to this in a different setting. We have to mash up those roles and do something and divert from the code or the way that staff applied it because of some urgency or something like
their code may not exist. I think one of the things since I've been on the board has been styrofoam materials and docks, right? We talked last night about MTBE, which I totally forgot about, right? Which was, when that happened, it's like, this is an urgency thing. We gotta act as a board now. The policy doesn't exist, but we can do things now and so again, I'm just bringing that up because it's not like our everyday thing. It is, we are the governing board and we have to pay attention. And again, I'll call us the Tahoe Regional Protection Agency in that, because you didn't plan for it yet. So we gotta be the protectors, and we gotta step up and do what we gotta do when we have to.
Okay, good. Yeah. Yep. All right. Are we good on this? Anybody else want to say? We can go a little bit more straight into, we've already been going in a little faster into the appeals. And we're gonna kind of continue that. And just kind of, I know, I think everyone pretty much knows this, but what is an appeal, right? The TRPA Code of Ordinances identifies, again, I've been saying it before, the level of review for activities and projects. That's what we call it, the level of review. Does it go to the board? Does it go to hearings officer, or does it go straight to a staff decision? And that's all set forth in the code, which is the board's policy, the board's legislative pronouncement. And so whatever's not reserved for the board is delegated to the executive director, which is synonym for staff. And then all of those final actions of the director and hearings officer may be appealed to the board. And as Ben was really pointing out too, the appeals process is to get to a final agency action so that those decisions can be appealed if they wish to a court. Whoops, so that's what an appeal is. And I want to talk a little about staff level permitting and just what goes into that. These are not decisions that are made casually, they're not made in isolation. A planner will review the application, the site facts, parcel history. These are the details, the code provisions, environmental analysis and required findings. And in more difficult cases, certainly many of the cases that go to appeal, staff will consult with supervisors, legal counsel, and the executive director. We discuss code interpretation, we look at the record, we are always very careful to check for prior decisions and the type of precedent that these staff decisions will set, environmental and policy implications and legal defensibility. And, you know, really what staff is trying to do is perform its function of implementing the code that you set. So staff doesn't have the discretion to waiver from that or give variances because it doesn't like the code. You know, it's not possible legally. So staff is really there to just try to do its best at understanding what the board's expectations are through the code and to make those decisions. And that's what goes into staff level permitting. And, you know, I think the point is just that by the time, and I've said this in meetings, that by the time it's reaching you on appeal, there's already been a lot of substantial and professional institutional, you know, input on these. And it's of course not to say that none of this is to say that the board should be a rubber stamp or just always defer to staff. But it is important to remember that. And then to understand the value, what value is an appeal besides just giving the person the appellant a final agency action. And we've touched on it. They're really an opportunity for the board to hear concerns from applicants, neighbors, affected parties, correct material, legal, factual, or procedural issues. And probably importantly is identify areas in the code or rules or process where we need future clarification, like Ruben was saying, and others, the parking lot, and to identify those friction points. Now, you know, appeals are one of probably the board's more difficult roles at times because they can involve sympathetic facts. There's conflict, right? We don't always have to see that when we're setting plans and policies. And very long, often project histories. They're usually the technical, more technical aspects of our code. And they've been going on for weeks, months, years sometimes. And that's really hard to absorb in you know, a board meeting at one time. And you'll see these arguments about fairness, reliance, environmental benefit, and policy all getting kind of mashed together. And I think there's a tendency, understandably, for us all to be looking to find solutions. And then having those lines being blurred between applying the existing rules and questioning what the rules should be or become. Did I cover everything there? So yeah, I think it's understandable to recognize that these are potentially a difficult part of our or function, but they're going to keep happening, right? These are values, especially in the shore zone, like there's a lot at stake financially, and we'll continue to see these. The shore zone is a very complicated part of our code, and we see a lot of shore zone related appeals. So the board's role in appeals, I think there are a few key tasks to keep in mind. And first that we've been saying is just to apply the existing code to the facts. And ask whether there is a legal or record-based decision to disturb the delegated decision. And I would say that not every gap in communication or process warrants reversal. And I think, at the end of the day, this agency and staff and the board, and I think this is my perspective, but why you're sitting here is our charge is to protect the environmental thresholds. So the code was designed to do that. It was set, it was negotiated, it was a lot of policy, public process went into that. And that's your job. That's all of our job, is to protect the environmental thresholds. And the flip side of that is maybe, I would suggest, like, our job isn't necessarily to make every decision necessarily fair or correct every procedural blip that might have happened along the way. Reliance, something about fairness, like we hear about Moody. They're going to make that argument to court, and the judicial system, the court system, can correct those errors if they're warranted. But really, what TRPA and what you're doing is, there's no charge in the compact that necessarily says you need to protect, fairness, do justice, and protect the expectations of an individual homeowner, investor, developer, whatever. There is a system that protects for that, and that's the court system. I know it's natural to get into that, and it's fine to, but that would be my input, is just to let the courts deal with that if they need to.
Graham,
Yeah,
I think it's really hard, at least
Yeah.
for me, to eliminate empathy as a factor.
yeah,
And litigation is expensive. Especially if it's not project related. I mean, when we have a project that we approve and we get sued, obviously the project applicant, the person who received the permit, has to defend us. But I think it's a kind of a delicate balance, because we don't have inexhaustible resources. So if there is a path forward that involves compromise and perhaps a needed change to our code, I think we have to embrace that.
yeah, and I mean, I will say, and I've mentioned these sort of things, the appeals process and all that can be a venue for it, and we'll talk about it in a second. We'll talk about that in a second. I think we'll come back to it, because we do look to try to, and to Ben's point, is there a basis here to interpret in a way that isn't punitive or just denying things for the sake of that, right? But at the end of the day, I advise staff, like, the board sets the code, and you can't just decide that you don't think you can follow it here. And sometimes there's wiggle room, there's ability to compromise, and we look for that, but it is a delicate balance, and where that line is between, okay, we have discretion to do something different here versus no, we have to stand pat on that. I mean, the Moody, for example, is one pier, one boat ramp and pier, or a pier that want to be built. But it's, I've talked with different people, is, you chip away at these policies and rules that have been set, and what does that do? It's the collective, right? Like, might be nice to get rid of that litigation and not go through the work. But when we do that recurringly, every time that somebody challenges, it just overall erodes. Like, these smaller pieces are part of a bigger whole that was negotiated.
But it's also like the rock crib pier. If there is clear environmental benefit to a change in our code, then that's something I think we have a responsibility to address.
And I feel like in that situation, you did that. We did that. We kept that appeal open, which may not have been necessary to do that, and we talked about that. But you decided to keep that open pending further analysis, and that process worked fine. In that case, I think that worked how it was supposed to, right? Like you have said, there's a environmental, the code is, we can get more out of this if we add greater incentives for removing those rock-free piers. And that originated through the appeal. That's what shed a light on that. But not all of them do that, right? Like not everything is that. So,
Graham?
yeah,
As a board member, I have a lot of concern for the staff viewing appeals as us siding with staff or not siding with staff. And one of the things I just want to mention, and we had a cell tower issue come before us that was in Placer County, and it was an appeal. On this day, Cindy wasn't with us, and so we sometimes, when it comes to appeals and projects on the ground, now we're starting to talk a little bit local. And we have representatives who feel like, oh, this is in my area, or this is my constituent. So we sometimes as board members defer a little bit to where the location of the project is. But the real thing I want to get at is in that cell tower hearing, we heard conflicting information. And so sometimes these appeals, they really have little to do with did staff do it right or did staff do it wrong. But in this particular case, we had a cell tower provider saying, we looked at all the options and this is the best one. And then we had Placer County like texting all their people in the back of the room, trying to find out, like, is that true? Did they really look at all these options? And then Placer County came back and said, it's not really true. They didn't look at any other options. So, I mean, sometimes it's not, it's not simple.
The good news is we're getting it moved.
Yeah, we got it.
Great.
That's good news.
Thank you.
That is good news. But when stuff, it's
Yeah.
unraveling in front of us, and it's not, I don't personally look at it, did staff do something wrong or right?
right.
And so but I understand why staff sees it that way, and I wish we could unpack that a little bit as well.
Can I
Yeah,
come in?
yeah.
Graham?
Of course.
No, I'm really glad you raised that, Brooke, because that's one of the reasons why we wanted to talk about this. Because if you look at the big picture, I mean, on, an average year, we're putting 700-800 permit actions out the door at staff level, over 1,000 in some big years. This is a small handful of items, but they're very impactful for the reason that you just brought up. And I think we wanted to have our team hear from you what goes through, your thought process as you're working through it. And I'm glad, Ben, that you raised the point that, there is a judicial process, and this is a stop along the way. And sometimes we're just gonna agree to disagree with an applicant, and the courts will sort it out, and that's okay. And that our team shouldn't feel that they did anything wrong in the process. So I appreciate you raising that.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, they can be unpredictable. They just are, like the Moody one. The appellant was raising things that we had never heard before. And, it's just, and then there's the, as you say, Brooke, that was interesting, the cell tower appeal where, I remember that, and there was discrepancy between what in that case, the permittee, because that permit was being appealed by the neighborhood. Yeah, they were around. And so there was a little discrepancy about, what we heard kind of at the first time in that meeting. And so, that's good to point out. And those are the types of things that maybe can influence the outcomes of those appeals. And again, we've been going over the same thing, but the discomfort with a result doesn't necessarily, can signal a policy issue, but doesn't necessarily mean that staff made a mistake. And I think we all we all can understand that, and, um. Let's see, looking at my notes here. Um. And just when the board disagrees with staff, it's good to have the basis clearly stated so everybody can understand that, including a review in court. And I would avoid using appeals as kind of holding those out as a forum for negotiating and engaging in kind of settlement. There's actually an interesting part of our code that says the board should limit the use of its authority to minimize the filing of appeals to further negotiate permit conditions. So, I mean, there has been that thought of what appeals shouldn't be. And again, these are my suggestions, right? We're all, but I've said in meetings, like I advise to not avoid using appeals to send staff and the appellant back without clear direction, right? On a kind of an open-ended, that can be very difficult. And I would say it doesn't really help the appellant. It doesn't really help anybody. If you give clear direction about, like the Shelley referenced, the Rock Creek Pier situation, go back and put this on pause until we look at the code, then we at least have that direction of what you're looking for. But when it's just come back and see if you come up with a different answer, we've already done that. That when we felt that the without a change or some other direction, this is the outcome that your code dictates. And I guess the other thing is just practically speaking, when rules change, folks can come back and reapply. So a permit can be denied and then that can go through an appeal and, there's no relief granted, but if the rules change in the future, they can always reapply. And again, why this all matters, it sets expectations for the public. I think we'll see more appeals depending on how we approach them. And there's a workload and board time opportunity cost. It takes away from the broader initiatives we're working on, takes away from enforcement. It takes away from defending the litigation that is filed against the agency for larger things that the board approves, more planning level. And even today, we're going to be talking about the work plan and all this, and we're going to be setting we set these bigger visions of what our strategic priorities are. But then if every time we have an appeal, we're directed back to go fix this one little issue, that can also, the reality is, take away from the other priorities that we would discuss and set like in our retreat or bigger picture. The staff morale, the code is how you communicate with staff. So again, staff is trying to apply your code. So it's really, the code is how you communicate those expectations. And when staff is trying to perform its function, how you communicate in those appeals can matter. And then just the institutional trust and defensibility that our whole system depends on. Consistency across the region. Everybody who works and lives here, who invests in Tahoe, going back, there are rules that this agency set decades ago that drive how the market works. And so there's a lot of reliance on this, and people depend on that consistency. And so we should be careful about disrupting, longstanding policies and consistency that people have relied on. Different groups that put a lot of effort into helping to shape the rules. We need to bear that in mind. And then just wrapping up here with a final slide is just this little diagram comes straight out of our regional plan. I happen to notice, and it fits exactly what we're talking about. Of just the board starting with the planning, setting the broad vision, and then having, where we want to go, and then staff on a day-to-day basis are implementing that vision through delegated review and permitting and enforcement. And then you have the check, which is where appeals fit, they can identify these friction points. But you have separate circles, right? Then you come back and you adjust. If it's systematic, I think these are my words. Systematic and warrants change, because I think not necessarily every friction point warrants a diversion from what we're working on. But you can consider prospective code amendments through the public process as part of the future. Yeah, rather than just a one-off code changing or making code amendments through the appeals, treat them as a way to identify future adjustments. So we can move through this however quickly you all want, but it's our last discussion. We kind of touched on some of these questions already. But if anyone is inspired to share a perspective or thought on this. Yeah.
Can you go back a couple slides?
Of course.
I have a question on something that you had. One more. So when you talk about sort of record defensibility and as a part of it, tell me what you mean by that when it comes to like discussion at the board level, right? And
yes.
For me as a board member to say, look, I disagree with staff on this, I can read this interpretation another way. I think that's entirely reasonable within my role as a board member.
Yeah.
Even though it might harm the appellant with an argument to make in court.
I'm glad you asked this question, Ben.
This never happened.
So, okay, like, here's the thing, and I'm just, the Moody complaint, I read it, and did you read it? Cause it says, board member, key capper, called the code flunky and stuff.
I didn't read it on our end.
Yeah. But that's what they're gonna do. No, and I don't care about those types of statements, but you should be aware as a board member that that's what they're gonna do. So anytime you're making statements, yeah, it's good, because that's what I meant by record defensibility is part of your function in appeal is to recognize or understand that is going to be the basis, could become the basis of a judicial, and you may very well be quoted in stuff. Now, you were on the other end of the decision, so that makes sense, and that's just part of, I'm not concerned that that's gonna harm us, but there could be statements, that could make for a really messy record that aren't as easy to deal with.
I've been that guy, in an appeal at legal committee, it was like, Carol Williamson's a liar, and she didn't agree, right? And it just is.
Yeah.
And this was sort of ties together two things we've been talking about, which is respectfully disagreeing, but also recognizing, particularly at the appeal level, that is building a record. So just being thoughtful about that.
I'm sorry.
No, that's it.
Like, we were at that point, I think, debating a motion on the table, and I think that my role is to justify my vote.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
Couldn't agree more. So, and to Graham's point, like, that is.
That's your
priority.
but to do it wisely and understand, and I get that.
The problem is that it's really an infringement on free speech. And unfortunately, that's part of our judicial system, where all of these things that are on the record be used as ammunition against you, even though it may be a sincere thought and one that's justified, and that's really unfortunate.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think of like an example of something really problematic, and I think it would be, I think there's examples, but I don't know off the top of my head. Something more problematic that would really be like, what, like just out of left field that would be a lot more difficult to deal with. Different things like that I'm sure could happen. So just being thoughtful, it's not meant to.
And can I build on that? Because there's also the court proceeding, and then there's also the court of public opinion. And we have to remember that too. So this is the art and science of the board members' job. It's very difficult. We're all under the microscope. Anything you say in any of your county supervisors meetings or state legislative hearings, like it's all out there. And can be, Shelley, to your point, like can be framed in any number of ways. And so that's where for that appeal, we appreciated that some board members came to staff in advance. So that's a very easy tactical thing that we can do, where we can have one-on-one briefings with you. And anything that you want to say can be covered, and we can answer questions and do briefings ahead of time. So, so those of you that practice that, we appreciate it, and we can do more of that. And we'll do our part to also reach out, like if it's in a jurisdiction, to brief you in advance, so that we hear, you know, a perspective that we might not necessarily know, and that we can work out questions and answers before we get in front of the board in the proceeding.
Yeah, I think to that end, though, I think. It's great to air, concerns in the background, but I'm still casting a vote to public and
You wanna
I feel
explain?
like the outlier, so you gotta explain.
Yeah.
And I think that's super appreciated, to say,
Yeah.
like, I really appreciate, you can ask all the questions you want, but if you're explaining your vote, I think you have not just a right, but probably an obligation to say why.
I don't think it really behooves us to just walk in lockstep on everything either. It's okay to have.
No, I think the courts are
Split
gonna
votes
look
up.
at, yeah, they're
Yeah.
gonna look at there was discussion and that
Yeah.
was raised and it was addressed by the majority a different way,
Yeah.
right?
Agreed, but maybe
I'm gonna agree with you.
word is important too.
Being able to have those one-on-one conversations also. Is unbelievable. I know for myself, I meet with my dad and go over the statutes and kind of ask my questions and kind of puts into a little bit of layman's terms from a legal perspective as well. And allows me to openly ask questions that allows me to, speak forwardly when I do have those public conversations that are on the record. So I find it super helpful.
Agree, and staff, you guys do yeoman's work of meeting with all of us and answering that, so thank you.
Yeah. And I want to say too, like when I took over, I heard from all of you, like we don't want just to be a unanimous vote every time. I love the healthy nature of debate and discussion. So want to reiterate what Graham said, like that's not our objective, is to get a cohesive unanimous vote every single time. And we want to convey to the community and to the public and to folks out there listening why decisions go the way they do.
Yeah,
Well,
and
and people look at representatives, obviously, and state representatives to a certain extent, are kind of, it's a little bit fracturing because you have multiple people that you're representing. You're not just representing TRPA, you have a legal and fiduciary obligation to represent your constituents. And that kind of complicates things as well.
yeah, I mean, that's a whole separate discussion that we've had at different times. I can remember with John Marshall and the whole, are you what hat? That's a different hat, right? Like, are you wearing your hat as a local representative of your local constituents in that situation? Or are you wearing the TRPA hat, and carrying out your compact?
Graham, I had a question, Roy.
Yeah.
Permissible to go into closed session. Let's say
Yeah.
we're dealing at the committee level, political committee level, with a thorny issue. And there's dissension in the ranks and, we anticipate there's gonna be litigation hasn't been filed. Can we go into closed session rather than having to make an appointment with staff to discuss these issues in greater detail before they come to the committee? Can we just simply go into closed session and have those conversations confidentially?
It's possible. What I want is to think about that before the meeting, right? Like
Yeah.
for you, if you think that there's a reason to do that, I'd like you to bring that to me. We think about it and then very well may be.
Okay.
And then we have to agenda that and everything. It's not, so yeah, that's a possibility. If you see that, we could have that, we could review that conversation.
Ripping on what Shelley said, are the open meeting laws applicable to pre-meeting meetings to discuss these issues?
They can be, but we can't really, there's limits on what we can do. We can't really be consensus building. Obviously, we can't, we can answer questions. Staff can always meet with the board to answer questions about what happened or whatever, but we can't be counting or collecting, okay, how are you gonna vote? How are you gonna be on this? That's not something we can do. Yeah, that's the serial meeting, going around, meeting with everyone individually. And it's I know that applicants or appellants can sometimes do that kind of thing, and you can meet with them. It's just, they shouldn't be advised before, they shouldn't be trying to say, how are you gonna vote, right? You shouldn't be saying that to them. Yeah,
Oh, well, I did just have a question. You were talking about how, like, in some cases, it's not necessarily TRPA's role to decide things related to like justice or fairness amongst neighbors, and that's the court's role. So could you talk about like, is there an instance where the court is deciding something that is different than TRPA decided simply because it's not really our role? Or are they just kind of deciding, did we vote correctly according to our laws?
Well, yeah, and thanks, Karen. I know that was a bit of a bold statement on it. And so, yeah, take that as you will. All right, I think that's would be difficult for me too, but that's how I would approach it. It's like, I'm here, I'm TRPA. My job under the compact is to do what needs to be done to protect Lake Tahoe and the environmental thresholds, and leave for the court these things. Like, we get these lawsuits and they say that they relied on some issue or some communication in the staff. So reliance means that they like made some investment under some sort of theory that they were promised something by staff, and then it turned out to not come to fruition. And so my suggestion about that is, if that's something that the court feels entitles that party to relief, then let the court do that, because we're not charged with, the board should be asking, did staff apply the code correctly? That's just, and I'm trying to get the point across that there is a process for those individuals, those people, or parties to seek relief in court on more fairness and, those types of arguments.
Graham, would it be useful to have some sort of an established disclaimer attached to all of these emails that go out by members of staff, saying until there's a final determination, do not take this as,
Right.
something that it isn't. In other words, in terms of leading them to the conclusion that, their issues have been addressed and that ultimately their project will be approved.
Yeah.
I mean, in real estate, when you have a letter of intent or a letter of, it's going to be an LOI, so it's a letter of intent. There's always a disclaimer saying that, until a lease is signed, there is no concurrence between the parties.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm just wondering if we should build that into our framework.
Probably we should do more of that. I think we do a fair amount of that in our we try to do these things, these pre-application meetings and all that, to help to facilitate, projects. But then what happens in an early stage when you don't have all that information and you make some statement? And we do some of that disclaimer, but it doesn't necessarily eliminate people from making those arguments.
Well, that's true, but it puts them on notice. That until a final determination is determined. Before a determination is made, there is no, guarantee that this project is going to move forward, and you can just build that into your email that goes out, especially in connection with project review.
Yeah. Exactly, and that's the point of these. It's you are constantly learning. Okay, we need to make a process improvement, or like that's part of how the system works. And I think you're getting that right on. Yeah.
So we could probably do one more, and then we gotta keep it on schedule for lunch.
I can hold mine.
You hold it? Go for it.
What I was gonna say is, there's a cultural aspect to all of this in the organization. Julie tries to, and the rest of us try to set what the culture is, and it's sort of, let's show you how you can get to what you want. It may be that you need to do something like a plan amendment or something, and that's, for example, the Tahoe Keys Marina. But here's what you need to do, and we want to be responsive to applicants who want to make reinvestment or investment in the basin by saying, here's the steps you need to go through. And some of our staff are very strict and don't think about the spirit of the regulation, but the letter of it, and we try to say, no, you can be a little more solution oriented. But at the same time, we have applicants who come in, and we know who they are at the staff level, that generally say, well, you told me this, so I'm counting on it. And it's kind of, to your point, Shelley, it's kind of like, when do we stop being solution oriented and start being defensive. And we're trying to be solution oriented as much as possible, but there is that cultural aspect that people will say, well, you told me I could do this, and left out the rest of the sentence. Which is actually,
Yeah, yeah.
well, there's some gray area that Graham's trying to clarify, but there is still some.
Yeah. Yeah, I really appreciate, just again, the ongoing effort at governance, working with the board. This really wasn't meant, I should have said at the beginning, a critique of any particular decision. Really not, it was more just, we are gonna keep seeing these, and they are a challenging part of our jobs, and just wanted to keep that conversation going of like how we can all do better. Staff, legal, everybody, to make these, efficient and effective for the agency.
Yeah, and Graham, as I was sitting here, I took kind of some notes of the buckets of themes we've heard from this conversation. And I think we'll kind of leave it to you on where you want to take it, but I mean, I grouped it in like, there's maybe some improvements we can make so that you all feel as comfortable as you can on making decisions, and maybe that's, a staff statement when someone leaves, or it's doing these advanced briefings so you know what's happening, or that maybe it's this disclaimer type stuff, like tools. They're kind of a bucket like tools we could explore. And then I think this idea of, if you are struggling with the code or some the way it's written and you're trying to make a decision on it, you have to make it. But do we have like this parking lot where we look at ways to modernize or ways to adjust in the future, and like get some sort of process in place with this parking lot and how to do that through committee probably. And then the overall just like staff and board relationship and how you all convey like how you're thinking when you're making a decision so that staff feel supported. And are there ways that we can make sure that happens when it's explained of like how, when you say something on the record and why you're saying something on the record, or when you ask questions, why you're asking questions, like building that relationship so staff and the board feel like they know their roles and they're comfortable making those decisions and no one feels like they did something wrong. So I kind of did it in those three buckets, and it sounds like maybe we can talk a bit more in committee or legal of like things we want to take forward from that.
Yeah.
Is that good? Did I get it right?
Good information. Yeah.
What I do want to say on the parking lot
Mhm.
concept, under state law, at least in Nevada, you're supposed to make a presentation once a year to your local planning commission on which, how you did during the year. And one part of that, a lot of local governments do, is say, we had to make these interpretations which were problematic. We think we need a code amendment. And so that would be easy for us to capture those and actually even bring them to a retreat like this. Like, here's some things, you'll see a little bit of that in our presentation this afternoon. What we think we've heard during the year we need to work on, but we could be a little more formalized about it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Thank you very much, Graham. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, let's talk about, there's lunch first.
No, they're still set. It'll be a few minutes.
Oh, okay. So we need to buy some, maybe do the walk.
Now I can tell jokes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not a good idea.
Okay, so we're gonna break, but they're still setting it up. It should be ready in like 10 minutes.
I had a question come in from staff that, for our board, if we have time for the board to think about it.
Sure, we got like 10 minutes. Come on.
Sarah asked me to ask you, how you're all feeling about the information items versus the action items of the board, and if staff is doing a good job giving us information in the correct place at the correct time, or does it feel too much, too little, or confusing between when we are taking action and when we're getting information? How do I do, Sarah? Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone want to opine?
I think the memos are pretty clear.
Okay.
I don't know, that's my, and I will, this is only my second meeting, but.
To talk.
Fair. I know the memos are pretty clear, like, no action here, and I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not sensing any problems there.
Do you see further information only besides the memo though, like the PowerPoints, and when we're like, is there information only, do you feel like that's still valuable though to get that information?
Yeah, so far, no complaints.
Okay.
I think it's good. I think sometimes though, it seems like we will see the same thing within maybe like a year. And I think there's a certain point when we've had a presentation, but we need an update, it can go on consent.
That's
So that
a good
we're
idea.
not actually, we do a lot of that at the city where it's like, you know, annual housing report, there are things that we want the public to see, we want to review, but it can go on consent because it doesn't need another 20-minute PowerPoint. You've seen it kind of thing. And yeah, there's updates, but if it's on consent, we still get to see it, so does the public.
Okay.
Well, and the timeline might be incorporated into the work plan, but it would be useful to have, kind of remind us, this is informational only, you know, we're building a record with respect to providing, you know, input from the governing board and public input. And this is the current timeline, and if there have been changes, for example, when the final product comes before us, we know there's gonna be a delay or it's gonna be expedited.
So yeah, why you're seeing it, where it's at.
Right.
It might be nice to have a sort of hub where on the website, maybe it exists and I haven't found it, but no, like where all of these presentations get uploaded and sort of archived, so then maybe done thematically, transportation, housing. And where we can go back and reference those in the future if we need to.
Great PowerPoints.
Yeah.
Nice to have those.
Chronologically, but not topically.
Yeah, they're not by theme topic, but depends.
Yeah, that's a great idea. So right now, just for new folks, like if you click on the meetings button. You can go to every board meeting, every advisory planning commission meeting, and every slide presentation is listed by date. But we could group our strategic priorities and group them by topic in another area that's a little more intuitive. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, we can think about that.
Yeah.
For us as well as the public.
Yeah,
You know, what's the
absolutely.
history on this item? They're not gonna go back through.
The dates.
The dates,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I understand.
The other issue that would be helpful sometimes, and I know we can't predict everything on the agendas, but having kind of future when items are coming, when we anticipate. Because to the cell tower one, that caught me by surprise, right? Like I didn't know a project I was. What in my area was gonna be on that agenda. And so we do timed items list. That is just circulated internally. I'd have to ask our attorney what we can do there, but that just gives the board a heads up on when we think major items are coming.
We've been doing a little bit of that executive director report, so that's maybe a good place to keep it up.
Yeah, keep it
Yeah, and
there,
do it
but
like-
maybe a printed.
Yeah, like an email, like I could do like
PowerPoint.
a note to the board.
We do an agenda planning calendar, and it's actually a standing item, it's our last item of the meeting, and the city manager will come through and kind of, hey, on the next meeting, here's what's on the APC. There's this and that that's gonna
Right.
come off or whatever, and it kind of gives you a little update, but it's also an item that you can open up and gives you like the
Right,
next 6
document.
months of, what's gonna be on the APC.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. These are great ideas.
Yeah.
Great ideas.
Any other final suggestions?
We do have a 6-month calendar, but it's so fluid.
I know, it's hard, we tried.
Mario's looking at me like, shut up.
Timing changes often.
But just in anticipation, I want staff to be clear, we know things aren't ready and they get held or tabled and come off the agenda, go back on. I think it's just helpful for, in our mindset, you're looking ahead of the year and going, okay, yeah, we're gonna. Cause we all have other commitments.
Yeah.
So what our schedules are.
Yeah. Someone over here.
Yes, it's I agree with all of this that's been said. I think it would be really helpful. And I know something we do in El Dorado County is like if I know that I'm gonna be having surgery and I'm gonna miss this meeting, we put on there, no District 5 heavy topics.
Right. That's exactly what we do and staff plans around that, but we meet twice a month, so.
Yeah,
It's a little easier to agendize the defense.
These are great.
We go
Okay.
10 minutes?
I got the note slipped to me that lunch is ready.
We want to walk after lunch.
Yeah, we wanna walk after lunch, so, sorry, what time is it now?
5:11.
Okay, so let's eat lunch. When do you think we should be back? 12:45? How long do you want for lunch?
To eat or then to watch?
Just to eat.
Half hour to eat, so like 12:30?
Can we meet back in here at 12:30 to do the
12:30.
walk?
Yeah.
Thumbs up. Okay, have we surveyed the walk? The weather looks good.
That's great.
And Chad and Jeremy are going to lead us to the
Chad will be our walking, yeah, Chad's our walking guide.
How did you determine that the weather was?
Looks good. Okay, let's be back here at 12:30. Okay, yeah, so we are back online streaming. We are back in action. Welcome back, everyone. We are going into the final portion of the retreat. And if you've been to a retreat before, this probably will be familiar to you. But if not, I'm going to just let you know, kind of give you the context of what we're doing here. Every year, TRPA does an annual work plan that really charts out the course for the year across 70-something staff. 77 full-time staff, 10 different departments. The work plan is actually a fairly, robust document. So we've distilled it up into a short presentation to give you a high-level overview of the key strategic priorities that we are proposing for the year, and some of the recommendations that we want to add into this year based on this last year discussion. I don't think anyone's going to be surprised. I'm hoping you see, oh, we've talked about this, and this is why we are focusing on it next year. So John Hester and I are going to do this first presentation together on the work plan, strategic priorities, continued priorities, recommendations. Then we're going to hold any discussion until after Angela and Chad give us a snapshot of the next year around budget and staffing. So you kind of get both like workload and then all the capacity and constraints and opportunities we have that we're working with. So you get the full picture before we do some Q&A, things that you're excited about, things that you are excited to see in there, things that you just want more information on. We'll just have an open discussion at the end. And we'll take everything that we heard there and prepare the work plan next month for you all to vote on and approve. So we'll have Julie kind of give a wrap up at the end on how we're going to take what we heard today and go into the next month, June. And then Haley can do some closing comments at the end.
It'll be very lengthy.
Very lengthy. I expected it. I built in some buffer time for you.
Yeah.
We'll do public comment at the end and then we'll adjourn. So with that, I think we can just jump right into John and my presentation. I'll start. As I spoke about the TRPA strategic priorities, we have 4. It's kind of hard to see there, but I'll summarize them. And just so you know, why do we have 4 strategic priorities? These categories are a way to bucket and explain the big strategic multi-year initiatives that we are working on across the agency. And it's a really easy way for us to hone in on what we're working on and convey it to the public. So that's why these strategic priorities kind of overlay the bigger work plan. First one, we always want to lead with lake and watershed restoration. It's really the foundation for everything that we do. Water quality, clarity, we heard that this morning. Forest health and wildfire, we actually added this one last year because it really rose to importance for every single board member of we need it front and center on the strategic priorities, reducing wildfire risk, protecting our communities, making our forests healthier. Connecting Tahoe, we did update the name of this in this year's work plan. It just was transportation before, but really that's what we're trying to do. The regional connections across the board for transportation. And then Tahoe Living, most of you are familiar with that, is all of our work around affordable housing for our local communities, our workforce, for seniors, all of that initiative that we're working on to update the regional plan and our development rights around all of that. So next slide. So I'm going to do the first 2 and just give you a little more detail on what we're going to be focusing on for this year, and then hand it over to Hester for the second. So the first one, lake and watershed restoration. We want to continue to support lake clarity science. Again, we heard that this morning. We are investing more and supporting more monitoring in the lake to really better understand the drivers behind clarity to better inform our decision making. So that's going to continue on this year. Protect the lake from aquatic invasive species. This is a big one this year. We have multiple efforts that are going on. The permanent aquatic invasive species inspection stations. We made such big progress last year on that goal. Spooner, now under construction. Myers is almost complete on planning. We've done a lot of public engagement and planning with Alberta County and a lot of partners. So we've seen big progress on both states. We're gonna continue that this year. We also have it in the work plan to update our aquatic invasive species management plan. It's getting on the older side that it needs to be modernized, especially with the new threats that we have today. So that is, we have a consultant on board already to start looking at the old plan, modernize it for new, and do a practical exercise for if we actually had an invasive, how we make sure every role is clear on how we would respond. So that's all gonna be happening this year under that plan. Restoring the Upper Truckee River watershed, it's one of our biggest priority watersheds. There's a ton going on multiple land ownerships there. So we're gonna be playing a support role, a convening role, a permitting role, a funding role. We're very in the partnership on keep making progress on all of those projects that are going on. Tahoe Keys, that is still on the docket to continue to make progress on after the control methods test concluded last year. Now is the next step to really look at the bigger scale picture of what to do next in the restoration of Tahoe Keys and aquatic invasive species. So that will be a big effort this year. And modernizing our stormwater treatment. You heard from Shea Navarro, was that last month at the board meeting, about how we're continuing to look at upgrading new and innovative ways to make our stormwater treatments work and updating the specs in line with a lot of the different planning projects we have like Tahoe Living. So those are the big ones for that strategic priority. Forest health and wildfire, we passed the new forest threshold last, well, it wasn't even last year, it was earlier this year. February. So no surprise, our priority is implementing it. And that takes work with all of our implementing partners to do now that we have these new ambitious goals. And these two underneath it support that. I'll jump to the third bullet first. Actually, we want to play a pretty big role in supporting staffing for the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team. Annabelle Monty was just a year ago hired as a independent neutral convener for the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team, but she's actually employed by the Tahoe RCD. She just let us know a couple weeks ago that she is going to be moving on and we are going to need to replace that role. And so we'll be part of that. I think the entire Tahoe Fire and Fuels team has really seen the value in that role as a coordinating role, and we want to replace it. So that's an active discussion going on right now that we'll be part of. And we want to continue to expand the public communications around all the work that is going on in forest health and wildfire. And that really is getting more support to the fire pit, which is the fire public information team, be done through the staffing, and really developing a bigger communications plan and outward facing website of work that's underway, what's going on with evacuation route thinning, all of these priorities that we've made under forest health, getting more out there of what's happening. So that will be a big effort through our communication staff and TFFT. Now let John do the next two. Yeah.
Okay, I was informed that I was a low talker, so I'm using the microphone. If you don't know what a low talker is, you're probably too young to be here. So the other thing I want to do is I was sitting next to Chris and I said, you know, Chris, I don't know how much Alexis prepared you for this, but you're chairman of the transportation committee. I don't want you to be caught off guard. I'll try to cover all this for you, Chris. Anyway, we had introductions at the beginning, but I still want to tell you a little bit more about Michelle and Nick. Michelle is our transportation planning director. She has a staff of, I think, 4, and they do all kinds of great work. And Michelle has come to us from working at city level and at the Southern California Association of Governments, which is probably the biggest NPO maybe in the world, I don't know, but pretty big. And then Nick is head of our transportation implementation department. And if you don't know this, Nick is on the national board of the Association of Metropolitan Planning Organizations. And he's responsible for us being designated in the federal legislation as a what I affectionately call a big boy MPO, which is really for MPOs with over 220,000. So we get a lot more money. We have some more things to do, but we get a lot more money because Nick was there at the right time representing the basin in the federal legislation. So we've got a great team here. And just so you know that we are checking out new and better ways to do things. Next Friday, a week from tomorrow, we will be benchmarking ourselves against RTC Washoe. So with that as a kind of intro, I want to talk about connecting Tahoe. It's a continuation of the priority that is kind of on a 4-year cycle, because that's the cycle we use to update the regional transportation plan. And you all will recall that you adopted Connections 2050 last year. And so a lot of this is efforts that are leading up to the next version of the RTP or Connections. I guess it'll be 2055 or something like that. I don't know what it'll be called. But the items here reflect the work plan, the priorities that the Transportation Committee has already put into their work plan and has come to the board. And we look at that every year. So we did the second year update along with the overall work program, which is part of what we do. OWP, part of what we do as the designated metropolitan planning organization for the Tahoe Basin. So just in case you forgot, Mr. Keycamper, we are the MPO. All right. So I want to, well, we won't let you forget now. I'll let Graham give you more trouble about appeals, but I'll cover the MPO. Anyway, seriously, transportation governance and funding. If you don't know, we have been convening with a focus on the South Shore recently. Last year or two, what's affectionately called the Cuss and Discuss group, where we've been looking at what is the best way for transit service to be delivered in this basin. As you know, there's TARP delivering transportation services on the North Shore. Some of the money they get comes from RTC and Washoe to deliver service over in Incline Village. We've got TTD doing what they do on the South Shore. We've got TMSA up here, and TMSA on the South Shore does Lake Link. So getting all of that sorted out, and Kira Richardson from our staff has presented a draft report on their funding so far. But we're still working on that, looking at funding sources and trying to figure out what we need to do to sort out what we have and where we need to go for new funding. So I know transportation funding was a big issue in the discussion this morning, so we're tackling that there. The Transportation System Management and Operations Plan, or what's called TSMO. So this is an acronym city today, but the MPO's got a grant to do a TSMO. What it is if you recall Intelligent Transportation Systems, or ITS, if you've ever been coming down the highway and you see a sign that says, accident ahead or this lane closed, that's Intelligent Transportation Systems. The technology is changing really fast, and they're using, if you've used Wave on what's that called? Waves. That's an example of the kind of technology that's there now. And this kind of bleeds over into destination stewardship, but what we're looking at here is a whole new generation where you can get on your phone and say, I'm in Sacramento, I want to go to Tahoe, I want to go to Emerald Bay. Oh, that facility, all the parking lots are full. Or I can go to South Shore, go to South Lake Tahoe and go to this parking lot and catch the shuttle. And so that's how the technology relates to destination stewardship. So there's going to be a lot of work going on in that area. It's not just the technology, it's also how can we optimize operations as well. And Michelle can tell you more about that. Myself, big enough hole already. The next one, Transportation Resiliency Improvement Plan and Communication Strategy. You've had a presentation on, or the committee had a presentation on the PROTECT grant. And I can't remember exactly what PROTECT stands for, but it's an acronym for, it started last presidential administration. It's grants to look at your transportation system and how it would fare under different emergencies. So, the idea is make your transportation system resilient. So if we have areas subject to floods or areas that might close if there's a wildfire and trees fall across, snow emergencies, all of those kind of things, we're doing an assessment of that and then identifying projects that will help make the system, the transportation system, more resilient when those things happen. It's interesting work. One of our GIS people that works for Dan, Segan, has already modeled what would happen if the floods get even higher because of climate change. And we have bigger floods and drier droughts. And you start to see roadways that, well, maybe we need to do something different there. The other thing that we're doing that I think is, it's not totally unique, but somewhat unique, is we're asking our consultants, don't just tell us there's going to be a flooding, we need a bigger culvert. Tell us if there's an environmental type project upstream, like handling a wetlands better, that will mitigate that flood before it even gets there. So we're trying to take a whole bigger systems look at that. The emergency communication strategy, part of the Protect grant, what that's about is, you may recall our transportation planning group brought forward a plan, was it 2-3 years ago, on communities that were underserved. And it really, either they have like 2 or 3 jobs, they don't speak English, whatever. They don't always get the information on what needs to happen when we have an emergency. When we had the Caldor fire and we were hustling to get the school district bus fleet and TTD's bus fleet and all the other bus fleets together, it was difficult to communicate with this group. So we want to develop better communication strategy for that. So that's the first 3, the regional parking collaboration. I think when Nick went through his slides yesterday, you saw the little Park Tahoe logo that is on some of the projects all around the whole basin. This is where what we want to do is get all the parking lots. This is going to take a little work, talking about some of the things board members can do to get all of the people who provide parking, all of the entities to allow their parking data to be put together into a central system, probably through TTD, that can tell you when you're down there in Sacramento or the Bay Area or Reno, what parking is available near what facility. Again, that will help us with destination management. You heard, I was really pleased and optimistic when Jim Marino gave us a presentation on the State Route 89. And he said, or sorry, not 89, 28. And he talked about the idea of putting in parking, taking it off the street, generating revenue from that. And the revenue would not only pay for operating the parking, but pay for some transit. And if we can do that quarter by quarter, pretty soon we get to a not totally self-funding, but more funding than now, way to start building that transit system all the way around the basin and also start moving toward Park Once. So that's kind of what that's about. And we're collaborating and supporting TTD on that. Destination stewardship or destination management. I think I already talked about what we're doing in transportation supports that. And then coordinated implementation. You got a great presentation from Nick yesterday, where he just kind of flew around the lake and showed you some of the projects that partners are doing. So that's in a nutshell what's going on in our Connecting Tahoe strategic priority. So Tahoe Living, and Karen's here. If anybody doesn't know Karen, I think she eats, sleeps 24/7 housing. And she does it in Spanish. She doesn't do it, her staff does it in Spanish as well. So really hardworking. We've been working on this for a few years, for those of you who are new. The leadership role, there's a working group called the Tahoe Living Working Group. You've heard a couple of people talk about that working group, and is that a good model we should use for other things? But that working group includes governing board representatives, and the leadership of that has been delegated to your planning commission, to the APC. So that group has been meeting on and off, as well as a community partners group. And so they are leading that multi-year effort. What we have done in the past years, for those who haven't been tracking, is we've changed the ADU standards, accessory dwelling unit standards, and made them, so they're more permissive, but not as permissive as some people would have liked, but it's what we could find that met the requirements of our system, California and Nevada. We have also worked to change the conversion standards on density from motel to residential units. Used to be you could change, if you change from motel to residential unit, you'd lose density. Now you don't. So that's, we hope, an incentive for motel conversions. And came up with 4 new standards for deed restricted units, allowing more height, more density in certain areas, lowered the parking requirements. We think it's better to park people than cars, and more coverage on parcel with the stormwater infrastructure. Kim mentioned that we're working on that, and Shay Navarro's presentation was about that. Where we are right now is the current work called Cultivating Community, Conserving the Basin, and it's those 3 topics up there. And really, in terms of reducing time and costs, what we're talking about there is the process improvements, fees. We have some built-in biases towards detached single-family housing in remote areas that we want to change to where the built-in biases are more toward affordable housing. So that's reducing time and cost. Other options to allow coverage besides having to build stormwater infrastructure. I think Cindy knows we're working with her staff in Placer County that it's expensive. It's expensive to put in infrastructure when you're doing greenfield development, but going in and retrofitting is even more so. So we're looking at, are there other ways we can maintain water quality and allow more coverage? And then increasing choices, alternatives for opening up existing housing, conversions, and smaller projects. And this is where I'm sure we will be talking, and that's an environmental impact statement process right now. And I'm sure somebody mentioned this morning, being able to convert other types of units to, I think Chad mentioned that. That's something that's being looked at as part of this. So that's those 2 priorities. We're going to, Kim and I are going to move to continuing and recommended work plan priorities. So I'll go back to Kim.
Yeah, you can stay up here.
Okay.
You keep the mic. We'll do these together.
Okay.
So do you want to do these? I'll just go from the top. So continuing work plan priorities, threshold update. I'm sure you're not surprised to see that one. That's been ongoing work that we've been working on the last few years. You heard that comment from League of Save Lake Tahoe this morning, and this is a priority for all of us. So this year we've got an ambitious plan on recreation, biodiversity, and then some technical review of just some of the standards that we want to make sure all of them can be evaluated and have a clear target for us to be able to measure them. So Dan Segan, our Chief Science and Policy Officer, has got a very full plate in front of him and his staff this year. And I'll hand it over to you.
Okay, I'm going to do the next 3. So you may recall that we had a permitting process improvement plan prepared and brought to the board. I think it was roughly 2 years ago. Part of that, we were asked to look at fees in depth and change the processes, some performance standards. This is where I would introduce Wendy Jepson, who's in charge of permitting and compliance, but she said, I'm gonna take Paul with me and we're going back to the office to deliver some permits. So you have to. But so we're working on that, and you may recall, I guess it was last month, that Jennifer Self came and presented some of the technology we're doing there that's including AI. Our idea, I know Ruben will appreciate this, our idea is to have AI and query-based software that applicants can get on and test. Do I need an application? If I do, what kind do I need? If I do need one, can I fill out a draft application? And if I've done that, is my application complete? If it's complete, what might I get as a recommendation? Again, it'll be Because Graham will make sure of this, we won't say, AI told you you can, we'll have some sort of disclaimer like, this is your tentative results till a real person looks at it, but that's where we're trying to go. We're already, testing out the first phase, as you probably heard. And we're also, as Gene showed you yesterday, scanning, can we have another 27,000 files left? So we're about halfway through our files, on past projects, but that information, our code and our, plan, all of information that we have internal is what we're planning to limit our AI to use. So we're not gonna let it go out there and grab something from, New Orleans, Louisiana, and say, this is okay here, because it's okay in New Orleans. So we're trying to, what data we use and how we use it, and caveats on it. We're working very diligently on doing it right. And getting that data scanned. Area plans, we're continuing to support the local governments in doing area plans. Of the 4 counties, 2 are completely updated. That would be Placer and Washoe. 1 is in process, that would be El Dorado. And they've been to the regional planning committee and gotten their feedback. And then Douglas County is underway for the area that's not around the casinos. And I'm not sure what their schedule is. It's kind of been accelerated and decelerated. But we're hoping by the end of the year, the calendar year, but we're not sure. The city of South Lake Tahoe has 2 area plans, a 3rd in progress, called Midtown Area Plan. And then we're working on a regular twice-a-year cycle. Karen and some of her staff, Catherine and Melissa and I went down to look at another regional planning agency and how they do their cycle and how they process and how do they get local governments involved with their ideas on their plan amendments before they start. So we're trying to do process improvement even there, even though we don't have all the area plans finished. And so those were my 3. Back to you.
Thank you. 2 other ones that will be continuing from last year. This year is the 30th anniversary of the Lake Tahoe Summit. And if you haven't been yet, definitely try to make it this year. This is where we celebrate the bi-state collaborative partnership that's all putting on the environmental improvement program to accelerate and reach our thresholds. So every year we get together, we talk about our accomplishments, we talk about the priorities. And it's a big effort for our comms team. I want to recognize Sarah Underhill, our communications director. We're trying to pull out all the old artifacts from the last 30 years. We're putting out a special edition of Tahoe in Depth to really show all of the some of the memories that have happened over the last 30 years and how we got to where we did today. So we're really looking forward to that. It's a huge amount of work. TRPA puts in quite a bit of resources to get all of that together. And then on the legislative front, if Devin Middlebrook was here, our government affairs manager, he would be talking to you about the Santini Burton modernization. It's still a big priority for us to continue to find ways to modernize legislation to get funding directed to our biggest priorities through transportation, recreation, and all of that. So next slide. And then we have a couple more recommended work plan priorities for this coming year. And Julie, this is where I'm gonna have you jump in once I go through these, but we're thinking we want to put some more resources to expand our shoreline education and outreach. You see a picture of our boat. We have boat crews out there doing monitoring, enforcement, talking to people on the lake about no wake zone, really trying to educate more around our shoreline plan and our shoreline ordinances. We really feel like it's a valuable use of time that maybe we need to crank up just a little bit this year. So that's a recommendation for you all to consider. I know Vince really wants to make sure we look at that regional plan introduction and including the update of the vision map and making sure our biggest priorities are outlined. It's modernized, it's updated for that intro of the regional plan. And then maybe just start resources, considering our resources, looking at the standards update to our scenic and aesthetics, like possible update. There's some of them are pretty old. And we're running into those as new projects come in and they have more modern design. And we want this place to really look, cohesive and beautiful, just the way all of our natural resources in and really blend the built environment with the natural environment really well, so. We think it's worthy of putting some more staff resources this year to start a review of that. Maybe it's a task for advisory planning commission to do as well. So, you can talk about that at the end after all of it, Julie, but next slide. Oh, that was the end. That's great. So we're not gonna do questions and discussion yet. We're gonna do a quick, presentation from Chad and Angela on staffing and budget, and then we'll do Q&A and discussion.
Cool. So we're going budget first?
Yeah.
Oh, fun.
As if you weren't.
We don't cover this on the wall.
We got them all woke up for you here.
Yeah.
Great. All right, so just like, just a few slides. And obviously we have some new folks here, but also some folks that have been around for a while. So I wanted to share like the complexity of, how we run the organization. We get funds from all over and it is complex. So I wanted to share that and kind of frame up the year and kind of get this in front of you guys before we bring it to the board for approval in June. So if you look at the first bar, that's our grant income expected for next year. It's a big number. It's almost $22 million. That's anticipated to be up almost $6 million versus fiscal 26. And one thing that you saw in the strategic priorities around water quality and invasive species, a bunch of our grants are for invasive species, almost half of that number, between 10 and $11 million. So that's a big area of focus for things like the permanent inspection station and other things and other projects that we've got going. So it's a big chunk of our funding. The states represent the second largest portion of our funding. It's 20% anticipated next year, $8 million across both states. What was interesting to me as I got to spend some time looking at this is looking at like how big the California budget is. And then, how that trickles down to the Department of Natural Resources and then how much the agency's budget is very small. So we understand that we are a small priority for the state, but it is also a big amount. We get $5 million from the state of California and we're appreciative of that. Similar from a Nevada perspective, Nevada's about 1/10 of the size of the state of California from a total budget perspective. And our appropriations are $2.9 million anticipated for next year. So the California May Revise came out a couple weeks ago. We're whole in that for the agency, so that's good. One challenge with this number is it doesn't move very much. So that becomes a challenge as we need to do more to maintain our staff. We've got to figure out ways to fund that. And so we'll bring that before you next month. But that's our other biggest bucket. And then fees, right? That's how do we offset the cost that we have to administer our permitting program. That is $4.8 million. And that'll be up a little bit next year based on inflation, where we're planning an inflation adjustment. And then finally, we have $1.8 million of other income. We had a conversation last night about the county contributions based on assessed value. We get $150,000 from the county. That's been the same number for a long time. We have rent income. Maybe this will increase if we put apartments or board members to stay on site instead of having to but but we do rent to 4 or 5 tenants, and that's part of our income, which offsets our rent expense. And then finally, we have investment income. And if anyone was at the ops committee yesterday, we had the principal investment group, Eric, walk us through those. So we have a bit of income from investment. So that's the whole thing. Jump into the next slide. Wanted to kind of demystify some of the public comment that we've been hearing. And I did share this with the ops committee, but kind of refined it a little bit and want the full board to know that the general fund doesn't move much. There's been this perception that, hey, the TRPA's budget is ballooning. And yes, we're going from 30 to 36 next year, but all of the growth is in project implementation and grants. It's not in general fund. So this shows from 2020 to now, we are up in general fund, an average annual growth rate of 4% a year over 7 years. And that's mainly been through increases in planning fees and investment incomes as interest rate has come up. But in general, those contributions from the state have only gone up a small amount associated with change proposals, budget change proposals for salary increases. So general fund is planned to be around $13 million for next year. And it's, like I said, it's not the driver of the budget increase. So I want you all to know that. So if folks ask you, you can respond to that comment. Finally, jumping over to the last slide, just some takeaways and just a brief in and outlook for next year. The proposed budget is 36. The balanced general fund. The growth is in grants, like we talked about. We do want to next year increase our staff salaries based on inflation, and we're going to work to offset that with getting efficient. Some of these permitting projects that Wendy and the team are working through, we're able to bring down some contract costs in order to fund those staff salary increases. So that's a good I think a good approach to keeping a balanced general fund. So Angela in a minute is going to talk about our staff, but I want you to know that what we've put together has been rolled up by department. It's a bottoms up view. It aligns with the work plan and those priorities that you just saw, and it'll be aligned with that detailed document that we'll receive in June for approval. It assumes full staffing levels. And this is a great process. I got to do this in corporate America for 20 years, and this is one of the best documents I've seen from an annual plan. So I'm excited to put it forth to y'all in June. There's one other thing that we mentioned in the ops committee that I wanted to cover, and that is back to this idea of shoreline focus, education, compliance, and just some of the appeals and stuff that we are seeing. There was a request this year to update and basically get a new vessel for the agency. We talked about that. We are not putting that into the budget, but we did want to bring it up to this group because I think it's important to give a heads up. We're going to spend the next fiscal year trying to figure out ways to fund it, put somebody in kind of a project management role on it to see if there's any ways we can get grants, what type of vessel may we want, and just kind of put a coordinated effort on it to potentially bring that to y'all in fiscal 2028, because it's a big number. And so that is one thing that we wanted to acknowledge, but let you know it's not in these figures, but it's something we're looking at for the future to support that incremental compliance and shoreline focus for the long run. So, with that, this is I think it's a solid budget, not all that different than prior years, but it does support the plan that we have as an agency to work towards for fiscal 28. So that I'll hand it to Angela, and she's going to talk about the staff that supports all this. So thank you.
Yeah, the staff that's gonna implement all of this work plan that we've just been talking about. But before we get into some of those numbers, I just wanted to talk a little bit about some of our recent recruitment efforts. So since March, we've posted 10 jobs. With that, the 6 of them were internships and 4 of them were for full-time staff. We received over 277 applications. We received 93 applications for our assistant planner, which is great news. There was we had a lot of people applying for these positions. It's a lot of work to review all of those applications. But we've actually hired 4 of all of those positions that you see there. And we've had over 68 interviews in that time frame since April. I just completed 7 pre-screen interviews for the chief planning officer in the last couple of days. So we're moving forward with that one as well. And then we're onboarding 16 new staff members now. They're starting this week. They started last week. We've started next week. So between now and June 15th, everyone will be on board. And so our current staffing levels, we have 77 regular staff members, and that includes those new hires that we just hired. So our assistant planner actually starts on Monday, June 1st. We have a new public service specialist starting on June 8th. And then Sarah Barth, Julie mentioned her yesterday in her executive director report, is our new associate environmental specialist, and she started on May 18th. We have 14 seasonal staff, and I've broken them out here. You can see who that is. I will say on the seasonal monitoring tech, that is Claire, and she actually came to work for us last year. And we were able to keep her on through the winter doing some of this scanning project. that we've been working on. So now she's gone back to that seasonal monitoring position. So she's actually kind of seasonal, but been able to stay with us for a period of time. So we'll have a total current staffing level of 91 employees over the summer months. Okay, next slide. And then I broke it down by department, so you can kind of see, like, when you look at the programs or the projects that we're working on, what's the number of staff that are actually working in some of those projects? And just to clarify, like you see LRTP, that's long range and transportation. So this report was broken down by cost code, and that's where they fall under. So long range is your housing, and then you've got your transportation, which is Michelle and Nick's group, and then you've got Karen's group that fall under that number. Science and data, of course, Dan's. Research and accountability, our legal department. This does include the internship positions from this report. That's just the permitting team, and then you can see that code and boat crew were kind of separated out from that piece there. But that kind of gives you an idea of how many staff members are actually working on some of these programs that we have. And then we wanted to check, we really have a highly educated staff. Over 55% of our staff have bachelor's degrees, with another 30% having master's degrees. And then we have 5 staff members or 6% that have doctorates. So it's kind of impressive with the education levels that we have at TRPA. And I want, just besides education, we also have a very passionate group of individuals that really, really care about what they do. I think I've been in human resources for 35 years. It's probably one of the most educated, professional, and somebody who, they care about their job that I've ever worked for. So it's very nice to have. Oops, sorry. No worries. And then I just did a chart on staff distribution by years of service. You'll see that in the 0 to 5, we have about 39% of staff is in the 0 to 5% or 0 to 5 years. And then we have another, if you look at 6 to 15 years, there's another 35% there, kind of decreased, but we have some long-term staff members. In fact, next month, we have a staff member who's celebrating 35 years with TRPA. So it's kind of exciting. And that's it for our staffing levels. Okay, I guess we're opening it up for questions.
We tried to talk so long that we have.
Do you want to do some? I think we can do the questions, but okay, even up for members of my executive team.
And there was one I forgot, and that was Shannon Friedman. I want to highlight, just for all the staff work, when I highlighted the first 2 strategic priorities, watersheds and water quality, forest health and wildfire. Dr. Scott McIntyre is on maternity leave right now. She's coming back in July. Shannon has been leading up our EAP program, and she's doing such an amazing job. And so I just want to make sure we recognize all of the staff and all of these different priorities. So thank you. Let's go to questions.
Yeah, let's do questions. I'll pop up in case questions come up.
Not a question, but more just a comment. A conversation that's really been coming up a lot in California at the state level is with the increase of AI, how there's gonna be a lot of job loss predicted. And I think we're talking about the efficiencies that AI can bring in the work that we do. And I not to say that this was suggested at all in the presentation, I just want to be sure that we're being really mindful that's not displacing the good workers that we have here. And that we're just using the humans more efficiently in the right ways and bringing AI in where it makes sense, but it's not displacing humans. Because I think it's so important, especially like in Tahoe, where it's such a tight-knit community, that people are feeling that human connection. And we hear that from a lot of people that show up at our board meetings, and they talk about the great relationships they've had with staff and the personal touch that staff have had with them. I'm just wanting to emphasize how critical it is to continue that.
Can I just quickly respond, just for the benefit of the group? Could not agree more. I want the board to know we have had a super robust conversation around AI at our staff level. We have something we do monthly called the Learning Lab. We pick a topic, we invite the whole agency to talk about various issues. It could be a project that one's planner needs advice on. It could be a topic like AI. And our staff is super concerned about energy use, all the things that you covered. And we have made it super clear. I mean, the goal is to make our staff's lives better and to free up some bandwidth and capacity to actually use their talents to the fullest extent. Because one of those items that Kim highlighted about the work program is just building more efficiencies into our system, because we teeter on burnout at the office, you know, the amount of inquiries that we get for things that we can help, you know, support the community on, but a lot of things aren't even in our purview, and it takes up our time, and the application process can become convoluted. So we just really want to look at ways to simplify things for the community, and not replace jobs, because our matters are too complex. I mean, the human element is critical, and we heard that from board members, the importance of that. And in building in those other priorities, a real regrounding of public service in our application process, and AI can help in that. You know, more than 60% of our staff are, you know, either that 40% of 5 years, or what was the next increment? Under
6 to 15.
6 to 15. So we have a whole new crowd, a whole new cadre of planners that maybe didn't go through my OG customer service trainings when I started at the agency, which I love, but I still have the files. Never goes out of style. And just like how we solve problems, kind of what Hester was saying earlier. You know, we have a very complicated system, and our goal is to protect the lake, but also to have people enjoy their properties and do projects that are beneficial to the lake. So long answer, but the answer is absolutely appreciate that.
I'll
And
give you
yes.
a couple of specifics. Of those once a month learning labs, 3 in the last year have been on AI.
Yes.
You all know Paul Nielsen probably knows the code better than anybody. He uses a notebook, LM, and puts just in our code and our plan. And he was telling me an example. He said, I took this permit, put it in there to see if I knew it was permittable, but I wanted to see what AI said. And he said, and AI found 2 or 3 other code citations I missed that confirmed that. And so what we're hoping for is consistency and more thorough, but still having people look at it and make sure it's right. So we think it'll be an improvement, but not a way to get rid of people.
That's great.
Yeah, and I would just totally echo all of that too. I mean, from my perspective, just seeing that agency, there's so much here. Replacing staff. I mean, we heard from the league today to Tahoe about, hey, you know, updating these thresholds. So that there's always more stuff for us to get to. And I think that this AI really can help us get through these things that bog us down to get to some of the more other things that we want to do as an agency. So I'm just echoing Julie and John on that. But it's always good to keep that in mind.
Miss Cindy and then Ruben.
Can we go back to the slide with the 4 strategic priorities?
Yes.
Back to that.
And I just wanted observation / question.
Yeah. Here we go.
So in looking at those, I see the expertise, technical expertise and leadership that we have to play, as well as our partner agencies on 3 of the 4. And so I'm gonna harp on transportation and saying, how can we take what we heard from all the committees today as a major issue with parking, transportation, and even when John went through it, and Shelley did ask me to bring this up. How can we take the same leadership role, maybe copying what we did with Tahoe Living, in convening the people doing the work right now? So I know we're working on it, John. You suggested we're studying, we're looking at, we're, you know, collaborating. But this agency almost needs to have that leadership role because of the way our board is made up. We represent the 2 states and the counties and the local jurisdictions, so we can really make progress in that area, meaningful progress, to get that vision established and then to implement it in phases. And I know our plans do that. We convene a lot, transportation group, you do a great job reaching out to the community, but it's the leadership that's got to buy in to some tough decisions on transportation as we look at it. The other 3, I feel like, you know, we've got the universities working on water clarity. We've got the Science Advisory Council working with Dan on that. Forest Health, we have all the forestry health people and CAT working on that. in transportation, we have our leadership, but I can tell you at each jurisdictional level, we have differing views, right? And differing levels of expertise between our county governments and how focused they are on Tahoe issues. Because they're building highways in other areas of my county, so trying to get that mindset. So I guess I look at how we align our budget and staffing to those four would be an interesting look as well for the governing board, so that we don't because I know there's plenty of work. And I know that, you know, when I look at 10 years from now, what's happening, that will only continue to expedite being increase the public's attention on how do we deal with transportation.
I can take a first crack at that, and I'm gonna ask Michelle and Nick to help me out, but we have and I know the acronyms better than I know the real names of it, there's the TTIC, and so there's a Public Works Directors Group, there's a implementers, different, and then there's we have a bi-weekly meeting with Jim Marino at TTD, and we have a lot of different groups. We
Right.
have your committee, the Transportation Committee.
And the TTD.
And the TTD, which Julie sits on for you guys, help me
And
with
some of
the
us
other,
sit on it.
some of the other committees that. But I think if you want us to, one of the things we can do, I think, in working with our Transportation Committee is come back to you with some ways to tweak that, supercharge it.
We'll
maybe
get it to the policy level.
Yeah,
right?
I think what
Because
I'm hearing is, you know, we're doing good at coordinating like on a technical level and coming up with the plans and the game plans. I think it's the political, like, how do we develop the political muscle, the political will to actually make some of the harder decisions like we've gone through with, you know, major funding decisions, whether it's pushing legislation, whether it's local level decisions. That's what I'm hearing. I heard that from Brooke earlier as well. Like, we need to get some of this stuff up. And I think we've been thinking the same way. And I think of the transit work that we're doing right now is a good example. Like, we're trying to position those products to then bring forward and do essentially the roadshow to county commissioners, to the city council, and really begin that kind of political push. It's almost like moving into a campaign mode, right? To get some of this stuff, you know, acted on, because that's what it's gonna take, right? Obviously, there's political decisions involved in getting major kind of funding leaps, because we all know, I've been around for a long time, like, we need to make bigger leaps, right? From a funding perspective in transportation. You know, we do a lot of pilots and other things, which are great for proof of concept. But in order to get those, to have sustainable funding, those are big leaps, and they need the political backing.
And I'll go to the point where we're studying 89 and 267 for a transit corridor, right?
Yeah.
I don't have parking being developed there. And so I can put all the fleet of buses out there. But if people can't leave their cars somewhere, they're not gonna get on the bus. And that's what we've seen. And we're doing a great job at what we're doing, but how do we get to that next level? And so it needs to be integrated.
Right.
I guess is my point. There's parking infrastructure that will have to go, and parking management and reservation programs.
Right.
So, you know, how do we prioritize those and which order we do it, and getting
Can I
that think
ask a
tank.
question back? So
Yeah,
we've got these technical groups, we've got our own committee, we've got TTD. You know, my thought as I'm listening to you is, well, maybe we revise our transportation committee and make it a working group with some of these other technical people on it as well as the policymakers. But what do you think would
well, I
be the
think,
way to?
yeah, and I think you're creating the Tahoe Living Working Group, right?
Mhm.
Along with, you know, primarily those groups and some of the governing board members, but then going to, when do we need to bring in outside expertise to look at case studies from other areas? And say, okay, we're ready as Tahoe to make the investment to get to that next level. And
So we've got
Yeah.
Chris Wood, who's chair of this
Yeah.
committee. Just kidding.
Awesome.
Yeah.
To-do list. So I love where you're going with that, Cindy, and, you know, we're in brainstorming mode here, so I think what we'll
we'll take actually some of the other conversations from the morning to address your points. One thing we've talked.
And Shelley's points.
And Shelley's.
I'm channeling Shelley.
Shelley. Absolutely. And one thing we've long talked about is more interface between the TTD board, which there's a ton of overlap. Many of you sit on the TTD board. But actually more full board to board involvement or committee to committee involvement to make sure, because there's not even sometimes alignment between these two boards and we're in the same compact, right, with Article 9. So we will come back with a recommendation on that.
And having lived through that, Julie, all I'd say is when TTD got out in front visioning, that wasn't good.
Right.
It's gotta come back to this agency visioning.
Yeah.
To get the buy-in.
Yes.
And then TTD implementing.
Yes.
Okay, and
Yes.
I lived the pain of that.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, we got a couple more. I'm gonna do Cody and then Michelle. That work? Sorry, Michelle.
All right, I got a couple things, so,
But this is still on this subject.
oh, sure.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were on. You go first.
I just wanted to express how we work really well with the transportation staff at the counties, you know, and it's a great relationship, but what we also feel is how strapped right now your staff are. Like, I feel like we're fully staffed and it can, you know what I mean, we're feeling that, like, from that level, and I just wanna say, I wanna support however we can and wherever we can in making sure you guys have what it also takes, right? And we're seeing that left and right.
Absolutely.
People are jumping ship from this one, now they're working here, and then they're losing this person, and so, yeah, I mean, that's very, very minutia.
And I think I'm getting to the vision
You are.
of stuff.
You are, and I just wanted to
Yeah.
make sure that we're talking about like what it's gonna take to staff that is also really important too at that level. That's all I wanted.
Yeah.
And how we can support you.
Great.
In using that.
Thank you. Cody.
Yeah, so a couple things. So I touched a little bit on it earlier, actually during Graham's presentation, which I think there's these certain times where our role comes more into out of planning in a way, because there's things that are in the unknown that we don't expect and we kind of need to make urgent action on. You know, I think we have code, I know we have code that definitely has discouraged the use of herbicides. However, we have used herbicides successfully recently in the Tahoe Keys, right? So I would propose to the board that we really take a look at the language of that, discouraging herbicides. Do we want to fully remove that? I don't think we remove it, but I think we, and all of us have had hundreds of emails over the last few weeks about glyphosate and the spraying of it in the cowboy burn scar, but also that it's come to our attention that this is really a common practice through the U.S. Forest Service. And to me, it really rises to why this board was put together, and to protect Tahoe, to where policies that are broadly spread across all forest services may not fit here. And I think, you know, when you look at, in particular herbicide like glyphosate, we have to find findings that show that we do need to prohibit this, that it's more than discourage, it's a thing about prohibit. And it's a thing about human health, it's a thing about the forest health, it's a thing about wildlife health, plant health. And with glyphosate, in my opinion, we have findings. There are 3 trials that have been in front of juries, all 3 of which individual plaintiffs have won against multi-billion-dollar companies based on human health and cancer and death of humans. And with that, to me, that is a finding that we can act on. When we look at the judicial, and any of us that are lawyers know what it takes to put a trial together. And when a trial has been put together and those findings 3 different times have been found, and then since those times, every other case has just been settled with over $16 billion paid out to plaintiffs. That is a finding to me that we must act upon. We don't need to do, I mean, I'm so happy with the fact that the staff stepped forward and wrote a letter to demand the meeting. And I'm happy that we're gonna do monitoring, but I don't want to do monitoring to wait to find out that we need to make an action. We have the finding based on the judicial to say that, look, you know what, we're going to keep the discouragement of synthetic herbicides, but we're going to add after that the prohibition of glyphosate. And I don't know if I'm saying this right, but there's also diacorium, which is the next, basically what Bayer has used to create glyphosate. It doesn't have these 3 court cases tied to it, but it's the same ingredient, and it's been banned by China. It's been banned by the EU.
it's been banned by the UK. So to me, we add just the simple language of keep the discourage, but we put prohibit glyphosate and dichloride. And I think to me, again, when you go into that meeting, if we could give that directive that we want to see that code change back as soon as possible, when you go into the meeting with the US Forest Service and the Lahontan Water Board, you can say, look, I have directive from this board that within the watershed of the Tahoe Basin, this is going to be prohibited. And again, we want to work with the Forest Service. I know that that's always for all agencies. We want to work together. But we aren't doing timber production in this area, which is, from what I've researched, a big part of why the Forest Service wants to use this is to get back timber production quicker. We aren't using it for ag. And there are serious threats to human harm. And there are so much better, I'm not going to say better because again, I'm not a reforestation expert, but for the workload of the next year, it would add the way to deal with this issue, the people here known today as the Washoe tribe, and say, what would you do in this situation? And we start to include them because they're not here today, but I can't imagine that they would sign on with using this herbicide on their homeland. And so I would like to ask the board for support to add that code change and let's, stand up and really use our authority. We have this authority. That's why it was granted by the Congress. The two states put it together is to protect this lake and this forest. And it really lines up with all, basically all of them, but not really transportation, but the other three, it very much lines up. So I'll leave it at that, and I guess I would ask the board if there is support for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. You wanna? I just wanna wholeheartedly support that and hope that we can get on agenda soon.
Other thoughts? Looking at our code.
Yeah, I mean, this just not to be a wet blanket here. You can't take action on that today, it's not agendized. But the proper process would be that, you could agendize that for discussion. I think, at a future meeting, at the next meeting, probably as an agenda item, to have that discussion, and out of that, you could vote on whether or not to direct staff to pursue a particular action or bring a proposal, which, obviously would take a lot of time, right? That does take time. And to just contextualize this a little bit, the reaction and the action that we have taken with the letter, that's more in line with our traditional, working within our existing code and how we usually deal with this, which is that collaborative process where we exercise our authority in a way that tries to, work with our other partners, with the other agencies operating in the basin to impose conditions, get more information about what's going on, public notice, transparency, and we're doing the monitoring. So these are real steps that we're doing right now, which is, like I say, more in line with our traditional exercise of authority. A ban or something like that is, something we could have the board vote on whether or not to pursue that. But again, that does take some time because we'd have to spend a lot of time developing all that process. And just, I didn't get to say this yesterday, but we are not immune from federal preemption. Like, we are a unique entity, a legal entity, but despite all the legitimate concerns that we hear, there is undeniably a big body of evidence and science on both sides. That is undeniable, and so we will have to grapple with that, and we are not immune from preemption. So there's no way we can really predict with certainty how that would come out if we had a ban or something like that, how that would come out legally. But it's certainly within the board's prerogative to direct staff to pursue something like that.
There were two comments. I agree that we need to address this in some manner. I just received the Forest Service statement. I don't know if anyone else has gotten it, where they say they aren't planning to use it this year or next year. Right? You probably already heard that. So it isn't an imminent issue. It is imminent, but we have some time. Should the Science Advisory Council be the ones who advise us on this? I look to our technical scientists to weigh all those issues and make a recommendation. Because there is a lot of emotion in this and it's correct. I mean, because there is a lot of, as Cody said, lots of studies. But I don't think we've taken action on things without our scientific experts weighing in. Is that something we could ask them to do if we agendized it for them?
We reached out actually earlier in the week, asking them if they could convene a group to help us.
Okay,
So that's in the works.
okay, great.
Besides.
You're way ahead of me. It's
Oh.
always, that is way ahead.
Also, just the range of expertise is beyond what they have currently on staff, so we need them to reach into their institutions. Because it really is, so you need wildlife toxicologists, you need silviculturists, water quality experts, it's a range of expertise.
Well, and it's an interesting thing with science, though, because you clearly have that board handling US Forest Service that is completely okay to use. And again, this is why this board is made up, is to look at, is this okay to use here? Not in Washington DC with, there's two different things going on, right? We know there's a science council that says this is absolutely okay to use. Because it wouldn't be able to be used in the Forest Service right now if that wasn't the case.
I'm talking about our.
And so the only reason I'm saying, I'm not disagreeing that we don't do that. I'm saying that if we can make an action that, look, you know, we've, as a board, said to our staff, we want to see this code amendment come back. If we prohibit it and the science council comes and prove us that we need to be using it, it's not like we can't change our code. But I think with what we're looking at now, with what I'm looking at, with the will of the public, see, I'm elected here to serve the will of the public. I have in my 8 years never seen so many people out in the public, everywhere I go, the amount of emails, the amount of national attention. This is the time for us to act and show the fact that we are here to protect the basin. And then if the science council comes back and says, you guys got all that wrong, right? There's no reason that we can't go back. And I think what it does again, is it also sends us down the path of what are there better ways, right? If we aren't looking for timber production, maybe it is control burn after the wildfire that actually allows it to completely burn like that happens in Yellowstone, where they don't put out wildfires. The wildfire just goes and burns and they don't fight the fire. So you don't have lodge pole standing up. Your pine cones open up with seeds because it burns all the way down. And that's, I think, what the Washoe tribe would advise us of. But I think we should make that statement because again, I think that there's a lot of interest for, you know, the will of the public wants us to act, and I think we should pay attention to that.
So Cody, I'm just gonna try to, on like where I think we are with that, I think, we've heard some public comment, I think there's people wanting to give public comment on it too, and we've heard in this discussion, we've taken some steps, as far as the letter and the monitoring and figuring out the status of this project. But do some want to agendize a future discussion to discuss whether this should, that interim step that Graham was talking about, as far as like, do we want to direct staff to do X? And I think we need a little more time to figure out what it is, and we can, but I think that's, do we want to do that interim step that Graham suggested? Is that right, Julie?
I'm seeing head nods. Yeah, I think we'll bring something back and we'll strategize about the best way to do that. And I want to echo the concern as well, like, you know, Tahoe 30+ years, like this is one of the most impassioned issues I've seen, and we take it seriously. So we'll bring something back and we'll figure out some options for you all to consider.
And this is why I wanted to be Dan Segan for a day.
Love it. Love it.
But overall, nodding heads on that
Yes.
plan, okay, I'm taking nodding heads, okay, good.
Great.
Other questions and discussion?
Oh, yeah, my other, so yesterday we heard about geothermal, which is awesome, and we in the city have a feasibility project coming forward with geothermal. And I just think it would be cool in the work plan for TRPA to start looking at what is the permit process for wells to be drilled for geothermal. I don't know, from what I've found, limited information. He's not here right now, but I think the last time we looked at wells was more like water wells. So what is, as these, like, if we put out this feasibility for, you know, whatever company gets the RFP, they're probably gonna come to you to say, hey, we need to drill 5 test wells. What does that look like and what is our permit process, and just something to explore so that when it comes to us, we're not saying, hold on, we gotta spend a year to figure out how to do it. Let's get ahead of that ball if we could.
And this regulates underground injection control permits for the state of Nevada. I think it's, not to volunteer, but it'll review everything personally.
That's the
Thank
reality.
you.
Yeah.
Love it. Well, thank you for that. I don't know if Hester wants to jump in, but this has come up before, for various projects and.
No, I think we should talk with both resources, both states, because close it. I don't know if everybody's been privy to the conversation, but closed loop, you aren't actually taking anything but heat out of the ground because you're just moving a liquid from one temperature through something that's warmer, bringing it back and using the temperature picked up to run something. So I'm not sure if there's gonna be something we need to regulate, but we should talk to the two states and see what they're already doing and it may be already covered. But we can look at it, get you some information, and if we need to do more, we'll have, taken the step to be ahead of the curve.
Great.
I think, did I see an earlier hand? Ruben, did you want to jump in earlier or?
Questions answered.
You were answered, okay, okay, great. Yeah, and back to the 4 strategic priorities, I think Kim did a great job of explaining, we've got the compact that is kind of our constitution and it directs us to have our thresholds and our regional plan. And then we have the ordinances, so we have like our day-to-day work that isn't necessarily captured in that 4, but the amazing thing about how we talk about this is that our 10, touchstone threshold categories kind of manifest in those 4 big buckets, but that doesn't replace the day-to-day, the project applicant that wants to do XYZ with their property. And so that's gonna be a continued push for us. And a little more background on the shoreline education and outreach. I mean, think of most of the difficult either project decisions or appeals that we've had, they relate to the shoreline. And that's no surprise because we updated our shoreline, our full entire program around shoreline in 2018. And we're just really in the throes of implementing it. So we have actually 2 full boat crews on the water this year. And it's pretty obvious, like we just have to get more eyes on the lake. We just need more presence. We need more education, constant education around the gold mussels, non-motorized. So I just wanted to fill in a bit of what was behind that and some of those other discussion points that we had. We are continuing the process improvements that you heard from Jen Self, making sure that we're getting cost recovery out of our filing fees, but we also are grounded in that principle that we want to simplify things. We're not about, striving for 100% cost recovery when we can do more on our side to be more efficient and to simplify the process. So that's going to be inherent in the work plan. But what other questions?
Oh, yeah, what
do we
about the
have?
new boat? Talk about the new boat?
And the new boat, well, I think Chad did a great job, like, that is a huge issue for us. We need that watercraft on, out there on the lake. We need to show people who make funding decisions in Washington and in Carson City and in Sacramento why we need to be on the lake, and that takes reliable access. Funny story, so, Gavin Newsom, our governor in California, was supposed to go out on the boat 2-3 years ago before a summit, and the boat broke down like the week before. It was a mad scramble, and our crew got it running again, and then he had to cancel. But we were ready. But that is a lot of stress on our staff. They're great mechanics and made it work.
Well, I'm gonna add to that. His security staff said, if this boat has a chance of breaking down, we may not wanna put him out on the lake.
Exactly.
Right.
So we've got important people, we wanna see the lake from the water. We need to have reliable boats to put them in.
I mean, I really support it, and I think that you could honestly, instead of one big ticket item, do it on a long-term financing. And that way, as Cindy was recommending yesterday, like you find ways to recoup those payments. And if it's, 25 grand a year instead of a one lump sum, probably easier to find 25 grand a year from fees to pay for the boat than a huge number.
Yep. Appreciate that.
And just to put a fine point on that, I think we're gonna put someone, a project management role on that this year to kind of really look at the options. So I think
Give us
I'll
a
write
plan,
that suggestion
options.
down. That's great.
Along with that, we had the public comment earlier about concessionaires. I just wanted to get back to that too.
Thank you, and thank you for that, Cindy. And that is part of this additional shoreline education because the shoreline plan put the concessions at the marinas. So what that real life example here before you, the gentleman who spoke, is about getting the word, getting the word out still about that, and B, enforcement. And we were talking earlier this morning about just our legal resources, you know, when I took over, we had one general counsel and we had Catherine, hooray. Which, you know, who needs anybody else, really? And we had Marcia Birch, who was on a contract at the time. And we brought Marcia in as a full-time employee. She worked 4 days a week, and we hired Jack. And so we've substantially, you know, as a percentage of staffing increase, we've doubled our team, but it is absolutely not adequate. We've got additional staff resources, but you saw, it was intentional of like showing you the constraints of the general fund, because that's what pays for staff, like the grants. Maybe we can cover some costs of staff that work on those grants, but it's a percentage. It's not like fully funding, you know, a half of our agency. It's paying for some. But at any rate, it's a real constraint.
I wanted to add a comment about what the guy was talking about this morning. I know some of you understand it, but what's happened with concessionaires now being in marinas, there are some people who have boats that put, you can rent this boat, contact me on this through this webpage, and then they'll tell you someplace to meet them. They'll drive their boat down there, give it to you, and then you use it and then pick it back up. And they're totally circumventing the system. I think that's the kind of thing that's gonna take some important resources that we probably would be more than we have now, but it's touching people doing those kind of things is what the guy was talking about.
Can we outsource? Can we contract for more enforcement as well?
Everybody here, a bounty hunter kind of thing.
Right.
I mean, we've had to do it, you know, for pedestrian crossings in Tahoe City. We contract with a contractor to do some of that work in code enforcement.
And in general, we have leaned on that because then if you look at our percent of staff to full-time equivalent versus contract, the contracts are very high. It's a huge percentage of our budget. More than most local governments, which is like usually 60-80% of staff on the general fund. And that way, Cindy, you're completely right. If you do have a downturn, you don't have to lay people off. So it's a strategy that we've used successfully, but we'll certainly look at that.
We
I
need
think
to
Alex.
fine for like for illegal concession organization, the fine.
Well, we're in court with them. Grants, Grants team is working on that.
They put their assets in other names.
Yeah, I mean, these are not always, they're not easy. We've been, I've updated you all on those cases and they're very difficult to recover anything from those.
Yeah. I mean, we even have a contempt of court situation.
Yeah.
I think Alex.
Yeah, I was
gonna go Alex.
Yeah, well, I'm sure staff have a lot of these conversations, but you know, as a board member, I haven't heard or had the Washoe tribe participate in board meetings. I think since I've been on the board, it'd be nice to at some point have them, there's now a Tahoe like liaison. Have them come and present the board kind of things that they're working on in the basin, how they're bringing back traditional ecological knowledge. You know, we took that tour of Meeks Meadow.
Yep.
That was great, but like get updates on kind of what they're doing there as well. And you know, and Cody mentioned like thinking back to like how tribes were managing this land pre-colonization, like what they were doing after burns, like it'd be great to hear from them on that as well.
Excellent.
Great.
Great
I see some nodding heads around that one.
We
Absolutely can do that.
Chairman Smokey and Lydell Wyatt is the tribal liaison and TRPA helped fund his position for 3 years. And you know, the Washoe people are, the tribe is opening a cultural center, at the Y. And we could do a tour. Mackenzie Koch on our staff is part of her leadership Lake Tahoe program through the Tahoe Chamber. Kicked off a big fundraising event to raise money. And I think half our entire staff went. And it was interesting. There was a representative there who was just in town. She represents tribes at the federal level. She said, I go to these kind of events all over the country and I've never seen one so well supported by like the full community. But we kind of get in the trenches on that. We haven't really had a presentation from the chairman to the board, so we'll definitely work on that.
Then, I mean, I'm sure this is implied, but I think it's always important that when we're doing this, like, it sounds like we're paying Lydell for his time in part by funding his position, but like, I've just asked that whenever we're asking the tribe to participate or do things for us, that we're compensating them for their time.
Yeah, they just don't have the capacity to.
Should we mention ABC, Julie?
And they are a member of the APC. The tribe has a seat on the advisory
Okay,
committee.
yeah,
Commissions. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yes.
So kind of just some big themes, and I'm not gonna end it yet, but I'm just gonna do some big themes that people want to add on. This idea, it seems everyone's supportive with the work plan and proposed work items we put in that. I got a lot of head nods around that with some suggestions to kind of I heard supercharge on like the leadership around transportation and connecting Tahoe. So we're gonna like look at some options, structural options. policy options. Yeah, we're gonna like, and these are things we can talk about when we come back in June with the update, so. I like supercharge, I think John Hester said that, a follow-up conversation on glyphosate. Getting a handle on what we've done to date and exploring different avenues of where we can go forward, so I'll have a follow-up conversation on that.
And just a recommendation real quick on that one is the follow-up conversation, but if that agenda item could include this change so that we don't have to have, if that board wants to do that, it's agendized and it can be voted on and we don't have to see it twice. It's and if they don't vote on the amendment, it wouldn't change, but if you follow what I'm saying, that way we can have multiple options that day. And we don't have to say, okay, bring it back again, kind of thing.
I see what you're saying.
Yep.
Good support for increasing some staff resources around shoreline and enforcement and outreach there and putting a project management on the boat options for the next year. It seems like a very important.
I was curious if there was a strategic communications plan for the year as well. I know there's a lot of amazing work going on with modernization and putting that forward to the community for awareness as well. But also I've noticed a lot of miscommunication as well from the community, not aware of the role of TRPA, but also some of the work that's being done as well. I was curious of whether or not we've ever looked at making a year-long plan for strategy of maybe items that are for permitting or for information that's just being misunderstood by the community or not out there, that can be in conjunction with outreach plan as well. I'm not sure if that exists already or if that's a plan.
Do you want to jump in on that? But I can.
You go ahead.
Yeah, 100%. I'm so glad you mentioned that. Sarah's back there smiling really good.
Yeah.
Yes, we actually have strategic communications plan for each of those very specific priorities. But then how it rolls up to the overall agency is a great piece that we could bring before the board and then like get your input on how we could refine that. That's a great idea.
Yeah, I'll just add, I think we put a lot of thought into the strategic communications plan each year and which department might need more focus one year over the next. And in the forest health and wildfire priority, communications was a big one there because I think that's where we're seeing sometimes a misunderstanding, like what's our role? What's all the other agencies' roles? What's our goals? Where are we going? What work has been done? So that is in the priority around the Tahoe Farm fuel steam specifically, but there's more, there's lots more.
Yeah.
But I think you got it if you want to add anything. Okay.
Can I?
Yeah.
Cause I'm looking at Chris, cause he brought that up in our group this morning was. You call it communication responsiveness?
Responsiveness.
Yeah, that sometimes, well, you could explain it better than I.
And it ties in with the glyphosate matter. It seems to me that there needs to be nimble responsiveness to issues like this. I driving in, there was a long segment on KNPR about yesterday's meeting. I guess some of us are, Julie was quoted, I thought fairly, and also the person calling in, and you all remember, but anyway, it was a good journalism piece for radio, I thought, but anyway, there it is, it's suddenly out there. And so does TRPA do something in response right away, or does it sit on it and then come out with a big statement? That's part of the responsiveness, but I see it also in my community. There's a lot of, I'm on the front line of criticisms on this community, the Citizens Advisory Board, which I have a meeting at 5:30 tonight.
Keep going.
I'm gonna hear some new things to report back to you, but we've got a lot of critics that like to show up, and that's fine. And that's what we're there for. And I sometimes wonder why there isn't a response from the articles getting published in the Nevada Current or whatever that doesn't come back and say, we hear you, we have taken this position, we can evaluate it or we think we're right. I mean, just some kind of form of saying, we are being responsive. We are here. We are we think we're doing our job right. We appreciate your criticism, but maybe some things need to be changed. Just some kind of handling of these kind of criticisms, which seem to go responded to. Now, I'm not criticizing what's been going on here. I really don't know. I mean, Jeff does his job well, and I've seen him on the front line in front of our committee too, so.
Oh,
he does
yes.
a good job,
Oh, yes.
responding. But that's what I call responsiveness, I think.
Thank you.
Is obviously feedback on
Oh,
one
sure.
thing, the rapid response, but also working with validators as well. I know for the elections division, there's constantly miscommunication going on. But also keeping in like a group of community members that hold a lot of weight, that can also validate the information that comes out from the committee as well is also very helpful. And sometimes, no matter what information you put out, sometimes people just don't digest it just because of biases or beliefs. Having those validators are also very helpful in getting that message out there.
Thank you for all of that, and I'm already moving into when we bring back the item on glyphosate discussion for the board. We definitely will include all the responsiveness that we've had, and I don't know, Sarah, how many social media inquiries did we respond to? Like 300?
I mean, we've been constantly responding and evolving, hour by hour on this.
Hour by hour.
Yeah, it's tough because sometimes it's not effective just to keep responding, so we're just trying to evolve our understanding too and our message, but
And then
it just depends on the issue in terms of how we respond in our statements and.
But does that get out into the public air? I mean, in this year, Sun, the Tahoe Tribune, I mean, that's where people are picking up their impressions. Is it on Nextdoor?
It's all over.
Yeah, I think one way to package it up, Chris, might be, usually at least once a year, we'll do a report out to the EIP, the Environmental Improvement Program Committee on communications, because that's part of that committee, just public external affairs. So we could bring more of a summary to this year. Again, I'm sure we're supposed to do one soon.
You bet. Yep. And we do monthly columns and all the local media, and our website is super well used, a lot of usage on so we have multiple channels. And so we'll do an update. Yeah, that's really appreciate that. Because in the day and age, like people expect immediate response. And I will say to our team's credit, like we are approachable, like we got hundreds of phone calls and our public service specialist hasn't started yet. So we've had to pull people off their projects and plans and other departments to take those messages, and we're calling people back and we're emailing them. And whereas a lot of other agencies, or particularly, we have 12 different federal agencies that work in Tahoe, and they're a little more insulated sometimes, but we are in the communities, and believe me, we hear it at rallies. And so we get back to people, we do, and it's a big point of pride for us. So we'll include that in our report.
Absolutely, and I have to probably do one more, and then I need to wrap us up to keep on time for public comment here and to get you all out to the meetings you have later.
Yeah.
Any final words on what we should look at for the work plan that we can bring back? We're good for now. If there is something else you think of, just follow up, just go ahead and let me know.
Just refresh my memory on peer materials, where we're at on that? I know it was being looked at, is that gonna come forward this year? Just building materials on piers, that was part of the styrofoam thing.
Oh, yeah, that's
We actually have some good movement. on
yeah, I
that.
forgot to include that.
Okay.
We have, oh, damn, I know it's in, yes,
I think that's.
I'll follow up with you on that.
Yeah, we'll
Yes.
highlight that when we do the work plan presentation
Okay,
for the board in June of.
Yeah, I'll make sure it's in June.
great.
Okay. Nodding heads.
Okay.
I like it. Heads. Great, okay.
Good.
I'm gonna
Wrap
have
up
wrap up from Julie and then
and
Haley.
from our governing board chair.
Let's do it.
Well, this is so fun. First of all, thank you to have you for 2 days. Like, what a treat for all of us to get to spend this time with you. These are big issues. These are big deals. We are charged with a very significant task here with our mission of the compact, and I just appreciate everybody putting their best selves into this to make sure that we're looking forward, not just for 1 year for our work plan, but looking out at that vision, 10 years.
I promised Vince, Hennigan, our vice chair, whose son was graduating college, or he would be here, that we would, incorporate, his ideas. He gave us a long list of his thoughts. And, luckily, I think everyone mentioned at least one of his ideas. Having a lake in 10 years that's beautiful, as the picture indicates, that we have maintained and even improved water clarity, stopping the spread of golden mussels, keeping mussels out of the lake, managing invasives that we have. He calls it, connecting Tahoe, like if you think of the trail network as a necklace, like connecting little villages around that are all in the regional plan, but each individual community has their own character as the area planning process unfolds, spelling that out for the community to embrace that, and housing and making housing more affordable. So I think we have covered all of Vince's ideas, and so good work to you on that. And I also wanted to just rewind to yesterday's presentations. I mean, yesterday already feels like a long time ago. I can't even believe that, but we had a big conversation around deliverables to you as board members from last year's retreat. And that was intentional. Like, we set goals in the work plan and we're delivering, and we're gonna do the same for you for next year. We just have to do this with the budget and people that the incredible people that we are fortunate to have to implement this vision. So just thanks for your support. And we're going to, I think, incorporate what I heard were some really good ideas from you this morning in the visioning of lining up board member interests for particular goals that might support those four. And Cindy is never gonna shake transportation, so you're definitely on for that one. And we have others in mind for the other strategic priorities. So thank you for your time. Maria, do we have anything for after this, or
Yes,
what is the plan? Would you like to just share?
at approximately 3 p.m. when we break, there will be a social gathering that you're all invited to at the Cedar Pub House, which you've kind of walked probably by it 10 times.
It's to the left here.
Yeah, you'll see
Right.
a set of stairs that says Cedar Pub, so.
That's right.
And then we'll have you come by there.
So we'll have some
There'll be some appetizers.
appetizers. So
It's here in the building.
it's right here, right off the lot.
Okay.
Right off the lot. So if you, I would, even if you have to jump, get a snack for the road and have a little mixer with your colleagues if you can spare a few minutes. And thank you for your time, and I will turn it over to our chair.
Thanks, Julie. Just to reiterate, it's been such an honor to serve with you guys. So thanks for the time. Thanks for letting me be the chair. Thanks for all you guys do.
All right, okay. Shall we go to public comment? Madam Chair?
Okay, yes.
Everyone's got 3 minutes. It'll show up here on the screen.
You'll let me know,
And I'll try to channel my inner helium. I'll let you know if you hit the end.
Thank you. Tell me when to go.
Go ahead.
Okay, hi again. Tara Thornton, co-founder of Protect Tahoe. Thank you for moving to put this on the agenda for next meeting in June, because we were gonna that's one of our next calls to action, to get you guys to put it on the agenda. And I'm gonna try to speak quickly to some of the points that you were all talking about. Gosh, where to even start? Cody, I guess you were talking about the harms and the different things, and then you were talking about the Science Advisory Board. One of the other co-founders, Kelly Ryerson, and I are both experts, longtime experts in glyphosate and synthetic herbicides. We have all the network of anyone that we need to bring, and we can bring it to your scientific advisory team or your executive board, whoever you guys, whoever you need. The lawyers who got the $1 billion lawsuits are personal friends of ours. They work with us on legislation and other issues as we need them. They will come in and advise any toxicologists, anyone you need. We also have long time standing history in ecosystem restorations that we can bring resources to. Currently in the California legislature, the Yurok and the Karuk tribe have 2 pieces of legislation that are going to expand the ability for cultural and prescribed burning in the state of California. We can bring those resources with the Washoe tribe. Let's see what else. Okay, glyphosate. It is going for re-registration this fall or this summer fall by the EPA. Frankly, it doesn't matter what comes out, because there is no law requiring anyone to use glyphosate or a synthetic herbicide anywhere, anyhow. So we don't have to undo any laws. We just got to make policies and change in positions. And so the EPA is going to be looking at new science. All the EPA certifications or the approvals have come from what is now known to be bought ghost written science. It was retracted this last fall officially from the paper. So this re-registration will have the first time that EPA is going to be looking at it without that science that was bought. As far as federal preemption, in the Congress, there was the Farm Bill. We just had a big win. Kelly was instrumental in that federally to get a amendment passed. It was a very strong bipartisan amendment to remove Big Chem's attempts to get a liability shield protection across the federal level so that they could not be sued for their harms. And they also tried to block local and state regulations that might be made. We were able to remove that, but like a huge bipartisan outcry. That's huge. As far as legal stuff, everything's challengeable, right? But we have the high ground on this, and I would say that you guys have federal preemption, and that we need to move from the ordinance from discouraged to prohibited. Trying to think what else. There's so many things I want to say. But you have the ground to stand on. We want you to stand and make that position. And I'm at the end. So we will happy to talk to all of you. We'll keep reaching out to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone
I
else?
left my clipboard back there. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hello, thank you for your time today.
Go ahead and say your name too.
My name is Jennifer Levac. I'm a full-time Tahoe resident, parent, and member of this community who deeply cares about protecting the long-term health of our basins. I'm here because I strongly oppose the use of glyphosate and other toxic herbicides in Tahoe. I urge the board to use its authority to ban the use of herbicides in Tahoe and prioritize safer regenerative alternatives that protect both forest health and the integrity of this ecosystem for generations to come. Tahoe is not an ordinary environment, and as Julie said yesterday, Lake Tahoe is clean air and Lake Tahoe is clean water. We are leaders in protecting that. It's time for potentially us to evolve and change in how we're doing so. That is one of the main reasons I feel so proud to raise my daughter here, because Tahoe is a community that values and protects its natural environment. One of my biggest concerns is that Tahoe is a watershed. Many of us rely on this ecosystem not only for recreation and tourism, but for drinking water and for long-term environmental health. In this basin where we work so hard to protect our clarity and our quality of water, introducing toxic herbicides into the landscape feels like a major contradiction. As already stated, there are alternatives and other regenerative and non-toxic approaches exist. Tahoe should be leading the highest environmental standard possible, not defaulting to practices that create additional long-term risk to our community and environment. And we need to act now. Once these substances are introduced into a watershed, we cannot simply pull them out later. You've already heard many of these concerns from the public yesterday. I listened along. So I would like to just make two direct requests. And first, improve communication with the community. Thank you for saying that, Mr. Wood. Many residents are in the dark about where TRPA stands, what authority exists, what actions are being taken. And in your final comments yesterday, it sounded like there were things you wanted to say, but then the limitations of the way that the meeting is functioned, there was no ability to actually communicate. And that is a huge communication breakdown. Let's fix that. Please communicate directly with the public about where you stand, what you know, and what actions are being explored to protect Tahoe. Second, I urge you to demand an immediate and official pause from the Forest Service in their spraying plans. It was a surprise that they had sprayed, right? We thought they may spray, and then we found out they already sprayed. So we need to take action now. A pause creates time to further review public engagement, exploration of safer alternatives, have more discussions. Right now, there's an open approval for additional spraying, and that needs to change.
Thank you.
Okay, so as a mother of a 6-year-old that lives down the street, please think of our future, and you are our representatives to the community. You have authority, we don't. So please, I love everything that was said, and please go get them, please. And let us know how we can help.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Anyone else in the room? Anyone online?
We have two hands raised online. Jess Carlson, please unmute to make your comment.
Hi, my name is Jessica Carlson, and I am a 10-year resident of South Lake Tahoe. And as the TRPA moves forward following today's strategic planning meeting centered around the kind of future that the board hopes to create for the Tahoe Basin, I'm just encouraging the agency to think carefully about the environmental standards that we all want our future generations to inherit. I know everyone is here because you care deeply about Lake Tahoe and want to protect this incredible place for all generations to come. The Tahoe Basin is one of the country's most treasured national environments. As wildfire mitigation efforts continue to expand in the coming decades, many community members, as we heard yesterday in the public comment, hope that the TRPA will move towards stronger protections against the future use of harmful synthetic herbicides and pesticides. I urge the TRPA to adopt policy language that strictly prohibits the use of harmful synthetic herbicides and pesticides, including glyphosate. The future of Tahoe should not only be measured by wildfire resilience, but also by the long-term protection of water quality, ecosystem health, wildlife, and also public trust. Lake Tahoe has the opportunity to become a national leader in environmentally responsible forest management and set an example for communities across the country. If the board is imagining future headlines it would be proud to see one day, I hope one headline could be Lake Tahoe became a national model for protecting waters, wildlife, and communities through wildfire resilience without toxic herbicides. Thank you for your dedication to protecting our precious home. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
The next hand raised is Kelly Ryerson. Kelly, please unmute to make your comment.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I have co-founded with Tara, who just spoke, and Brent Freeman, Protect Tahoe. And we really are grateful for all the attention you're putting on this matter. We know that you're hearing from a lot of the same people that we've been generating to be contacting you. And so thank you for being so sensitive to it. As Tara had mentioned, I've worked for over a decade on the federal level with pesticide issues, and and this is hitting close to home because I have a home in Truckee. And I'll keep it short, but one thing to really keep in mind with this, particularly as you move forward with any kind of scientific advisory panel, I've seen repeated attempts by industry to come and try and infiltrate whatever panel that would be that you guys would put together, which is so frustrating because they bring a lot of fraudulent science or science that isn't actually correct, not only to the EPA, but also to these kinds of gatherings. I've fought pesticide liability shields on the state level, and it's against a group called Modern Ag Alliance usually. And Modern Ag Alliance is a group that represents Bayer, the manufacturer of glyphosate. And I noticed already now, if you put into Google and you say glyphosate spraying Lake Tahoe, the first sponsored result that comes up is Modern Ag Alliance, because they have their eyes on this, because this will be a big, big hit to their bottom line if this spraying doesn't go as planned in the forest. So just wanted to raise that. And with any kind of scientific advisor panel you bring together, we would be more than happy to at least have some input on that, because we have an incredible toxicologist who would be very happy to speak to what the science actually is. And it's unbiased, unbought, unghost-written science. So thank you again for engaging so much with us. And we look forward to continuing to meet with you in the future.
We have two more hands raised, and I apologize for my pronunciation. Chervin Jafaria, if you could unmute, you can make your comment.
That was a lot better than what I'm used to. My name is Shervin Jafadieh. It's an honor to be here. I just want to thank Tara and Kelly and the other woman for what she said. I'm going to make this quick as well. I was hoping to be there today, but I couldn't make it over there. We had this issue in Laguna Beach. I've recently moved to Lake Tahoe, and I had to deal with the city planners over there for about 3-4 years until we figured out a solution. And we know right now, from a biological perspective, the downstream effects of glyphosate, not only in the human body, but in our entire ecosystem, and what that can cause from an entire way of life. It's no good news. So I have a very simple request. Let's pause the program. And I'll say the same thing as well. I was shocked that there was actually spraying. I didn't know that it was going to get by like that. Let's pause the program and replace it with fundamental ideas that we can all come together with and create solution and create services and jobs and stir the economy up. We can get targeted hand crews in there. We can, I know groups that can bring goats here and eat up all the stuff. Let's do the prescribed grazing. Let's get the native reseeding in there. Let's turn this into an educational platform. Let's not treat it like, pharmaceutical industry, where let's just blast everything to death and see if we can create another solution 20 years later when the disease kicks in. That's not what, this place stands for. That's not the native community, and that's not the progressive people that are pioneering all of this energy, like Tara and Kelly as well. We don't have to choose between, safety and purity. Let's protect people from the fire without poisoning everything in its path. And so again, it's solution based. Let's have a sit down, let's have a conversation, let's figure out strategies. We're not saying that the fire situation is not a problem. It's hectic. But there is conversation that a lot of this type of draconian perspective of spraying stuff and broad stream antibiotic stuff is actually inducing these fires and destroying the soil capacity and the life cycle of all that nutrient land. And so we really got to just take a step back, have these conversations, shut down the glyphosate program as it is right now till we can really have a concerting effort and better minds can communicate. And I'm the founder of Symbiotica. We're probably the largest wellness brand in the country right now. And I'm going to bring the entire education process of our entire force and all the connections that we have with all the physicians, all the doctors, all the science, and bring it to the forefront. So it's built on discernment and not just a reactive to pain and fear. I appreciate the time, guys.
And the last hand raised is Alex Goslin. Alex, please unmute to make your comment.
Hi, Alex Goslin, 30-year Tahoe local. Speaking up today in support of the TRPA's changing their language on the use of dangerous pesticides from discourage to prohibit, and to ban the use of glyphosate within the Tahoe basin. Our community is scared right now. The spraying has already begun, and people are worried about water quality, wildlife, the pollinators, and long-term environmental impacts. Even the perception of risk matters when you are talking about one of the most cleanest and most iconic lakes in the world. Lake Tahoe is not just a national treasure, it is our home and home to countless wildlife that will be devastated by this contamination. This is your moment to lead. This is your opportunity to show the public that protecting Tahoe comes before convenience, comes before bureaucracy or industry pressure. People want to rally behind you right now. They want to believe that the TRPA will stand up and protect this lake when it matters the most. Please change the language from discourage to prohibit. Please be bold here. Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no more hands raised to comment.
Okay. I'm thinking,
No, do we need a motion to adjourn?
I will just say, before the motion, thank you all for spending a full day here. I found it really valuable. Thank you for the public that was able to attend. We've got lots of great follow-up from this meeting that we're gonna be bringing back to you, so just really appreciate all of your time.
Thank you for being a good MC.
Yeah, we should adjourn. I need a motion soon, guys.
Any opposition? 45. Anyone, you have